on location of your emergency.
Breaking news out of North Idaho. Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road.
Is she breathing?
No.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Arrested. That's 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger in custody today.
Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Everything is alleged. Hey, you guys. How is everyone doing? It's been a crazy day. It's been a pretty crazy day. I've accumulated lots of different things from the past however many hours or so, all day really, plus something that we were trying to get last night that wasn't playing for me. Someone sent me another link for it, and I was able to get it recorded on my phone. It wasn't playing on the computer, but it was playing on the phone. So, just for those of you who are keeping up with Zelda, she still has not eaten today. I guess the nausea meds, when they gave them to her with the injection yesterday, helped enough for her to be able to take a few bites when we got home. But that's all that she has eaten. She has gone to the bathroom a couple of times, but I still haven't seen her physically drink water. That doesn't mean she hasn't drinking any water. She's right here trying to decide where she wants to sit. She was over here in her spot where she was yesterday, but now she's on the floor, just looking around, deciding about life, I guess. I don't know. She had more energy today than yesterday for sure. Tried to give her meds because they said to wait till today to start the dose. She acted like a damn toddler. Spit everywhere. No claws ever came out. She just instant protest, ran away. I had to wipe her down like a baby. Yeah, this is fun. But they said not to panic about today, so I'm trying not to. But, you know, I already told Slade that if all day tomorrow happens and she still doesn't eat anything, I'm probably going to take her back the day after. Because then it'll be like almost a week, you know? Yes, I'm talking about you. Okay. We have a lot to go over. We have so much to go over. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Tara. And 100 for the fund. Actually, speaking of Connor, there are some very interesting interviews that he is trying to get. They are charging him, I think it's like over $700 something for these interviews because they're so long. Now, I don't know exactly the deadline he has for these. He has something posted over on his community tab about it. They're very long. Something I'm kind of worried about with this is that if something, which it is what it is, okay? I want this to go to trial. I don't give a shit if it stops what's happening right now. But I do feel like if this does get granted, like the FOIAs, it goes back to this. I bet you anything they're going to re-implement a gag order of some sort. I really do. So I'm actually surprised they're even responding to a FOIA request right now. I haven't gotten a response for the last one, and I have not gotten a response back for the last 2 from Idaho State Police, which is odd. They usually get back to me same day. usually the next day. I haven't heard shit. And it's been like a week and a half now, almost like 2 weeks, I feel like, since these last two that I sent in. That's unusual. So yeah, I am worried, you know. Oh, thank you for the $4.99, Kim. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I am really worried. Yeah. I really, really am worried that that's going to end up happening. But it will probably also have to put a stop to the WSU lawsuit, which again is technically a loss for people that are like trying to gather information, because there's been so much withheld about the WSU information for us to physically see, hear all the things. We haven't heard or, you know, anything really. Like it's all summarized reports and, you know, articles from mainstream media, you know. So I was hoping for discovery there. Something substantial to this tally that, you know, Steve talks about all the time. And, you know, but maybe if this does go back to trial, then that'll come out. Professors, you know, and, you know, ex-students, fellow TAs in the cohort, you know, will have to take the stand. It would be so freaking beautiful for this to go to trial. All I want is for everything laid out on the table. And like, I understand the Goncalveses always have something to say, okay? But I just feel like they're taking a really sarcastic response to this, especially Olivia, as usual. When at the end of the day, they hated the fact that this ended up being the way that it was, and they have demanded answers this entire time. They've been complaining about the amount of discovery that was given to them by the state. When we FOIA stuff again, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I don't care. For those maybe 5 ears in here that have never heard this before, when we out here in the social media streets FOIA something, when we get a response, the family gets the exact same thing. The family has most likely gotten more discovery from us requesting stuff and them getting it when it gets released than they actually got from the state. Just from the way that we have been told things from them. I'm not just like talking. That's how they act, like they barely got anything. I believe when Kristi talked about the USB that was given to them for Kaylee, she mentioned it only had like 20 pages. 20 pages? That's laughable. That is laughable. That's crazy. Super crazy. But that is what I feel is going to happen. I feel like the gag is going to come back, and a stop to some things is also going to happen. And it's going to be interesting to see. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Lorena. Oh, by the way, oh my gosh. Okay. Your old professor is working to find Bryan an attorney. Thank you for the $2, Caramel. Really? Does he know somebody that actually practices? I mean, look, I don't see how somebody who isn't a big name hasn't actually gotten into this. Like, unless they're just really trying to do their own research because they haven't done it before, then I'd understand it taking some time. Because for a lawyer to actually understand why this is so important, they would need to familiarize themselves with what's already out here in the public before they take the case, point blank, period. Because what's in the public is already court records, is already interviews, it's already forensic reports, it's lab reports, it's information for real. I don't see how someone could walk into this and just be like, yeah, I've never heard of this case before, but let's go. That's not going to help. That's not going to help at all. Somebody who is knowledgeable on the bullshit that's been going on, that we actually have real receipts for, needs to be who steps into this. And with everything that is already out here provable, how is no one taking this pro bono? Seriously. On all of the things that you can actually hold factual basis to, on all of the things that we can pull receipts for, is the person who's the best for this too selfish? I'd hate to think so. I'd really hate to think so. But I don't see how a big name hasn't seen what's happening here. Unless they only pay attention to mainstream, unless they just don't care, unless it's already making them money. I mean, most big names are like that anyway. We know Alan Jackson only took the Reiner kid because he thought that he was still going to get some sort of inheritance or some bullshit from the parents he murdered. Like, what kind of delusional freaking moron are you? That's crazy. I don't know. I hope they appoint him one, but I don't trust anything that's appointed. And until we get, some sort of go ahead from someone actually affiliated with anyone, there's really like nothing anybody can really do unless somebody actually steps in. So we'll see, I guess, what's going to happen here. It's all very strange. It's all very strange. Yes, I do have a channel P.O. box. I've given it to a few people already. I'll post it in the community tab. Because it is like, it's really secure. They check everything. They x-ray everything. They will open stuff and send me pictures of stuff. They do all kinds of stuff to secure it. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you guys later in the community tab. I'll post it in the community tab. Where are you going? Are you playing with something? Yeah. She's batting around a bottle cap. She's probably going to end up hitting the camera. But she's playing, which is such a good sign. Okay. She seems like she's okay. Welcome, Justice for Justice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just Us for Justice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, and speaking of members, I am going to, because of everything that happened this past Monday, we're going to do our members only live this Monday coming up and the Moscow Monday. I really feel, especially now that this is happening, making sure that we are going in and going through all the documents for real the way that we have definitely needs to continue. And Moscow Monday, again, like everything that happened on Monday was the only reason why we didn't do all of that. We've been, going through a couple of different things. So we're going to definitely, be doing that again on Monday. So let's go ahead and get started with this. I have a couple different things. Well, more than a couple, really. I have like a lot. I have quite a bit of things that we're going to go over. I took a lot of time after we got home today to sit down and make a list of everything. And the first thing that we are going to go over is when Kristi was on Hannity last night, because we couldn't find it. And I was trying to get it to load and it wouldn't load for me. So thank you to who sent it to me in my email, because I happened to be on my phone when I got it. And I was able to get it this way and it worked just fine and did not freeze on me or any of the other boo-boo. So let's go ahead and watch this. We have a couple different interviews. We have a couple different documents. I have something from the Daily Mail that we're going to go over, because I'm pretty sure they're lying about having never before seen footage. And I'm pretty positive that it's Connor's. I am pretty positive that it is Connor's footage that they are using, or not really that the Daily Mail is using. They're basically like talking about the Netflix bullshit that's coming out tomorrow. Okay, let's talk about that too for a second. Tomorrow, the damn Netflix bullshit comes out, and we are watching it. That whatever we have already decided to do, which was to do like a marathon style. Now, again, I cannot have it on the screen. I will get struck. I will get all kinds of in trouble with Netflix. They don't care. All right. So I can't have any sound. I'm going to try to have a way to have maybe like the box on the screen, maybe flip it, put a filter on it, and then put like something over it that pretty much hides the majority of it and with no sound, just so that something's up there. I don't know. I'm going to really try to work on that in the morning before we go live. I don't know exactly the time that it releases on Netflix, but it's tomorrow and it's 4 episodes. And instead of separating it and getting off of the live the way that we did for that bullshit that came out from Sundance, which, by the way, there's another one with that idiot girl in there that I found on YouTube today from a channel that has like 1.55 million subscribers. Yeah, we're going to end up going over that shit too, because it was so bad. Oh my God, I can't even remember the name of the channel. I've never heard of it before, but it was so bad. Oh my God, it was so bad. But we're going to be sitting here the entire time. And in between the episodes, we're just going to play my intro. Well, I'll change it and make it like where it says like intermission for like in between. So that's something else that I'll edit up like in the morning. But I don't want to turn off the live. I just want to be live so that we can react at the same time, marathon style. Intermission, 5 minutes in the middle, get up, do your coffee, go pee, do whatever you got to do, sit your butt back down. Here comes episode number 2. Here comes episode number 3. That's how we're going to do it, so that it doesn't take forever. Just get it freaking done with the Band-Aid off, bitch and complain, and then move on to the facts. Because we've got a lot of really important factual stuff going on. But the fact that this is coming out right now. Oh, where are you going? Eek! Let me see if she'll let me pick her up real quick. Will you come here? Will you come see me for a second? Oh, there she is. Say hi. Say hi to the peoples. Say hi to the peoples. She just wants to be in her window. Her stomach is so skinny. I don't like it. She's usually so pudgy. Right here, get over there. There you go. Oh, there you go. There you go. Go. Get on your blankie. Don't you jump up there. Better lay down. Okay. She should be okay. So that's tomorrow. Because something could shake at any moment with the factual information, and we need to get back to business. But again, this Netflix thing coming out at the exact same time that this is happening, right in between two, well, you know what? I can't actually say that the Netflix one is horrible. I might be talking all kinds of shit and then it come out and actually surprise me, okay? I will say that there is a possibility. But I hate getting my hopes up for these things because then that's when you see me, and I know y'all like it, all right? I know you weirdos like when I get extra angry because then my accent gets crazy and y'all just love it. Okay, I understand that. But that only happens because I get my hopes up that somebody's going to finally do the right thing and put some true information out there. And then I let my emotions take over because once again, I've let my hopes get up, which I've already known better from like my entire actual freaking life, not to do that anymore. But I still do it and I'm still disappointed every time. So it's not only disappointment in the bullshit, but disappointment in myself because once again, I thought somebody was going to do something that they should be doing and nobody's doing it. There's no reason why somebody with a big name has not come out here and shown the facts and the problems. No reason for it. I don't comprehend what the problem is. This shit's not made up. I don't get it. I don't get it. So again, there's like that 1% that maybe just maybe, they'll be honest, but I don't know. I don't know who all had involvement in the Netflix thing. I know that when they showed pieces of it, it showed the Goncalveses, but Olivia was like still, you know, she still had her chubbier face. So it was long ass time ago. I don't know if there's anything newer in it. I don't know if anybody on the Kohberger side had anything to do with anything. I don't know if the Goncalveses had anything to do with anything. We don't know really at this point, not until we see whose faces we actually see. It was obvious as hell that Sundance thing didn't have nobody connected to this touching that thing. Holy shit. Besides Dollinger and Blaker, there was nobody in that had any connection to anything. Besides the girl that lived in the town. The two students weren't even friends of anybody's. Very just strange. Misinformation, disinformation, and horrible casting. Strange. Very odd. Okay. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here. I don't know. I don't really have high hopes. But again, that is tomorrow. We have a lot to go over tonight. So let's go ahead and get started again. This is Kristi on Hannity last night. This is, I think, the very first, like, on camera. Well, I guess I can't really say that. I guess I can't say that. I don't know what time this came out on cable. But Jesse Weber had Steve Goncalves on last night at 10 Central. And then Kristi was on Hannity. I don't remember what time, which one came before. But these are technically, the first two videos we're going to watch are the first two of the Goncalveses coming out to the cameras for the first time after. Because we went over their statements and everything yesterday. So this is now what they're saying on camera. So this is Kristi on Fox talking to Hannity. It is less than 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome back to Hannity. Just 1 year after pleading guilty to the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students, convicted Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger is now claiming that he is innocent. And in an interview with the New York Times from prison, Kohberger now says that he was misled into accepting the deal, now wants to withdraw his guilty plea. Joining us now to react to the shocking news.
Hannity is 9 Central. Okay.
Kaylee Goncalves and one of Bryan Kohberger's victims, Kristi Goncalves, is with us. First of all, my deepest, most profound sympathy. He pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case. We
Did
saw
you?
the many times that he pulled into that driveway.
No, so you didn't.
We know
Okay.
that he was down
Thank
that
you.
block all that time.
Thank you for telling me the truth.
I'm sure this is got to be very devastating to
Did
you.
he just say all the times that he was on down that block all that time?
First of all, my deepest, most profound sympathy. He pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case. We saw the many times that he pulled into that driveway. We know that he was down that block all that time.
All the times he pulled into that driveway. That driveway, sir?
One of Bryan Kohberger's victims, Kristi Goncalves, is with us now. New York Times from prison. Kohberger, University of Idaho students,
Where'd it go?
profound sympathy. He pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case. We saw the many times that he pulled into that driveway. We know that he was down that block all that time.
Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry. I thought Zelda was out the door and wanted it out because I didn't know where she went, but she's over there on the stool. I just couldn't see her. Okay, so I had Slade just come up on the door. I'm back. Okay, thank you so much for the 10 shenanigans. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, like, right off the bat, he's wrong. So let's just re-go over that again.
Kristi Goncalves is with us. First of all, my deepest, most profound sympathy. He pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case.
You obviously didn't.
We saw the many times that he pulled into that driveway. We know that he was down that
JLL.
block all that time. I'm sure this is got to be very devastating to you. What's your reaction to that?
He hasn't seen anything. I cannot believe that. But also, you know what's crazy too? And I didn't remember to go find the clip, but it's somewhere. I think it might actually be on my archive channel. Jesse Weber is like the last person that needs to be saying anything about this case. He was on an interview. He's like, I don't know. It's a guy that's like kind of like Joe Rogan. He interviews all kinds of people. He's interviewed Joe Scott Morgan, and they've talked about the case too. He kind of looks like a skater guy, brown hair, kind of curly. I can't remember his freaking name. Anyway, when he was interviewing Jesse Weber and they were talking about this case, Jesse's dumbass said the car was a Toyota. He probably just needs to shut up and not even talk about the case if, like, you don't even know what the car is. That was super embarrassing. Yes. Thank you. Hey, girl. Yes. Thank you, Lady Di. Yes. Dumb shit said, thank you for the $1.99. I appreciate you, Sheila. Thank you so much. Dumb shit said the car. Oh, it's a Toyota. Idiot.
I mean, it's not the best news
by
any means, you know, to wake up to just on a Monday morning. But on the other hand, I can't say that we're surprised, even though the plea came with the promise of no appeals. We knew that wasn't factual, and we knew that that wasn't, you know, I guess, constitutional.
Which is so funny to me because the entire time that they've been out here doing all these interviews, all they've been doing is saying that people are crazy to think he can do anything because he waived his right to an appeal. And while this is not an appeal, it's a post-conviction relief petition. It is different. They have been acting like nothing could happen. That there was nothing that he could possibly do to change anything, and acting like they were just so confident that nothing could happen. And now they're sort of trying to backtrack. And not completely, because they're not completely incorrect. This is not an appeal. But they are sort of backtracking here. And it's interesting because there's like hours of footage of them acting otherwise. Like they were so confident that nothing was going to happen, even though they were super mad about the situation. Which is, again, just why I don't really know why they're coming at this with the sarcasm that they are. Because they wanted a trial. They wanted information out. But then again, how much of their information has now, or not the information, but how much of their demeanor has changed? They've gone from release everything, this is bullshit, you're not telling the public anything, the families aren't getting told anything, there shouldn't be a gag order, unseal these documents, to now don't read the documents, you seal everything up, don't release any discovery, we're going to pass laws to stop everybody from seeing everything. Lawsuit WSU is what changed. Lawsuit WSU is what changed. What are you so worried about coming out in these documents that's going to stop your lawsuit? Because what other reason would you have from coming out here guns a-blazing right after this shit happened, threatening everybody and their mama, and now suddenly you want everybody hushing up and, oh yeah, they did a great job. You think we don't see it? I mean, even the people that are on your side have to see it. If they don't, then they really are just, you know, I don't really have words for people like that. There's too many things that are not explainable here without there being a bad answer. I mean, eventually they're going to have to fess up to a lot of the things that they already said.
At the appellate level, and we didn't think it was not going to happen. We knew we'd be hearing from him again, and September was coming up, and that would be the end of his appeal. So we weren't totally shocked. And honestly, either way this goes, whether the judge dismisses it right out the gate, fantastic, or if we wind up in court, we still feel that like we wanted to go in the first place, the trial. We are very confident in the evidence in this case. And hopefully, if we do go to trial this time, he will be convicted and sentenced to death.
I read your statement. He chose not.
Well, he said, well, he's welcoming them to put the death penalty back on the table. He said that himself. Take this to trial, put the death penalty back on the table. Let's go. Which is just crazy because I want to know what the actual threats were. And I will say that, let me take a break for a second. Let me say this for a minute. I will say the same thing that I've been saying for a while adding on to something new after all of the legal mumbo jumbo that I listened to today. And if I feel like, if this sounds like I'm out of touch with reality, please do tell me, because this is how my brain understands this to work, okay? If something is not agreed to, it's not going to be in the documents. Courtroom conversations, email correspondence, phone calls, across the table meetings, none of that shit is going to be in the signed documentation. Am I right on that one? When Andrea Burkhart and Lawyer You Know and so many others, I listened to basically like all kinds of attorneys today. When they're acting like there's nothing like in writing about there being like an Alford plea or anything like that, and they're looking at the documentation and they're saying how, well, the plea agreement doesn't say that he, you know, was going to do an Alford plea. Well, no fucking shit. Duh. Because that's not what they ended up agreeing to. That doesn't mean it wasn't discussed. Am I not like thinking clearly here? So what really disappointed me, and we're going to watch this clip. I know that you guys are already been talking about this because it was a topic at the very beginning of the chat. When Andrea Burkhart is going through the plea agreement and she's talking about how he check marks off no for no coercion and no for no threats. Yeah, no fucking shit. What have I been saying? Common sense would tell you, if you are doing this because you were threatened, you're not going to say yes on the fucking paperwork. You're not going to stand up in court and say, yes, they threatened the shit out of me. They dragged me down to death row and freaked me the hell out. You're not going to say all of that. That defeats the entire purpose of what's happening that you were just threatened to do. That's why it's happening, because you're scared of the threats. You don't just say yes on the damn paperwork for that. Duh. I don't understand how that's their argument here. Am I wrong for this? Like, I feel like that's like common logical thinking. Why would it be in the paperwork? That's not the point. So when we get to that, I'm going to show we've already gone over, because I don't like Scott from Crime Talk, so I don't give him his first 48 or 72 hours of whatever algorithmically. I just went live that day and we talked all kinds of insane things about that interview he did with the Goncalveses at CrimeCon. Because see, that's where Steve, as inebriated as he was, said something he probably shouldn't have said. Now, while there is nothing in the paperwork that was just filed about it either, that doesn't mean anything. So the reasoning that they're coming up with is that it's not in the paperwork. No fucking shit. Duh. That's kind of like the problem here. Especially if it is something that he was trying to do, was to keep the innocent side of the plea, and it was rallied around and not what ended up being drawn up in the paperwork. No shit. No shit. No shit. No shit. I just don't understand. I feel like I don't feel like that's out of touch. I feel like that's pretty, common sense. Let me know how y'all feel about it. We'll see what happens. If he ever does an interview and is asked the question, or if he ever brings it up, I would love to hear it. But for right now, it not being in the paperwork is the point of the whole. You're threatened. You're not going to do it in the paperwork. I don't know I don't know how many other ways to say the same thing in different ways for people to comprehend what I mean. I just don't understand. Let's get back to this because this is already annoying. It's already annoying
in this case. And hopefully if we do go to trial this time, he will be convicted and sentenced to death.
I read your statement. He chose not to leave his fate or the facts of the case to a jury. That was his choice. He admitted his guilt. And when asked whether he was actually guilty, he said yes. So I'm sure in your mind and your family's mind that there was finality to you here, even though you lost your beautiful daughter.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We were expecting it to be done. Although, we were kind of waiting for that this coming September to pass. And we were getting close, but, we didn't really talk about it, just kind of laid in the back of our heads. And this morning, Steve called me and was like, it's happening. Yeah. So all we could do is go through it.
I want you guys to remember that she just said that shit, by the way. Remember, she just said that shit for when we watch another interview from Steve. I believe it's the one he just did with Inton. Somebody gave them a heads up that this was happening. So when she says, Steve called me this morning, and this was yesterday on Monday, and said, it's happening, it's because they already knew what it was. Steve didn't call and be like, they just told me he filed a post-conviction relief petition. He said, it's happening. Because Steve had a heads up from somebody. And I really wonder how some people feel about that. Or if they knew. I don't know. I would really love to know. Just keep this part in mind.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We were expecting it to be done. Although, we were kind of waiting for that this coming September to pass. And we were getting close, but, we didn't really talk about it, just kind of laid in the back of our heads. And this morning, Steve called me and was like, it's happening. Yeah. So all we could do is go through it.
Okay. Which is true. All you can do is go through it and see just what the hell happens, okay? So the way we're going to do this is we're going to switch back and forth between videos and documentation. So let me make sure I have the name right. And I've given you guys this person's Twitter handle and website before. They just haven't posted in a super long time until all this stuff started happening. All in the Spiral. Is it All in the Spiral? All Rise for the Spiral. They are the ones who I saw these documents from first over on Twitter. So I will share this with you guys too. So this is where I got these from. I gave you guys a link to their website a while back. It's probably been maybe a year or so now. We'd have to go back in those videos and find it because I don't see it over here. but she has, or they, I don't know. They have like a really, really, really intricately laid out website that has a bunch of stuff in just like a really good, just like straight, narrow down the line, organized, you know what I mean? Like, it's just really nicely organized is what I'm trying to say. I don't know where the website is right now. If they come in, if they happen to be in here, they are more than welcome to place it in the chat if it'll let you. You usually can't place links. I'm the only one that can place links. That's just how YouTube does it. So if there's like a way you can like type it in, you know, to let them know, but I think it might just be all riseforthespiral.com or something like that. I'll try to find it in my bookmarks. I do want to say, I don't really quite know what's going on right here. Just like sidetrack. So apparently some photos from the Idaho State Police were released somewhere today. There's no mods. Oh, only mods can place links. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, let me change this. We all can actually see what the frick I'm talking about. Holy hell, hold on. Eek. And make this bigger. Okay. I have no idea where these were released. And when I clicked on the link that they posted to their Google Drive, it looks like they were the ones that came out back in January that were released and then removed, but we've had them on the Google Shared Drive the whole time. See, and I don't know. I don't know. This is not the first time that I heard that the photos were being released, but this is the first person I saw with a link to see them. So I don't know. When I checked because these are apparently from ISP. So as soon as I saw this, I went to the Idaho State Police website and I did not see a 2026 release at all. Okay. They still have not replaced them on the website itself. So I don't know where they came from, but this is not the first person that I saw with these. Yes, they're January 20th, 2026. This is the set of photos that I always use when we're talking about crime scene photos because it's the knife sheath photos. It's the photo of Xana that's not redacted. That's the main reason why these were taken off, but they could have easily redacted the small little pieces and put them back. I don't know why they never did. So I'm not really quite sure where they came from. I didn't go through every single welcome Bryce. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I didn't go through welcome Maya. I didn't go through all of them, but the few that I did open, they look exactly like the other ones. So I don't know if they were re-released in a FOIA, maybe. I don't know. I'll find out. I will definitely find out because I'm confuzzled because we've seen these. But this is what we're going to read right now. This is where, let me show you where she posted these. I say she on just naturally. Okay. I don't know the gender of this person. I'll just make it clear. I don't know. They also posted the commissary transactions. I will say this. You guys know how I am about privacy and stuff. Okay. You should by now. So while these are public documents and they are on the shared drive, in their form that they were released to the public via Freedom of Information Act request, okay, from All Rise for the Spiral, as far as I can understand, because they posted everything, including the financials, and said earlier, 9 hours ago, that they had the docs from Ada County. They responded and said they were really surprised that they got back to them so quickly because this was a same day request, I'm assuming. Maybe it was done yesterday. I'm not quite sure, but very quickly. So they have everything here. I'll go ahead and give y'all the link one more time to this person's Twitter account. So you guys can go over there. There it is right there. So we're going to read this. Because this was what was filed in order for... Oh, was I not sharing the tab? My bad, guys. Okay, right here. down here 9 hours ago, got the docs from Ada County one moment, and they said they were really shocked about how fast they got back. But again, this is where the documents are. This is where I got the ones that we're going to go over from. I took the images that they posted and made like a PDF form, and they're on the share drive. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and read this one because we've gone through the ones from yesterday where it was the handwritten petition and like two different forms that were pretty much the same. One was just for petitioner appellate, and the other one he had defendant, or they had defendant circled on the form, but pretty much everything else was exactly the same. So when we go through the transaction summary that's included with this document, just remember the one I'm going to show is going to be redacted for everyone but his mom's name. I don't understand why people are throwing a fit about his mom giving him money, especially if she believes that he is innocent. Of all things, if she believes that he is innocent. Now, I would completely understand if she thought that he was guilty and never gave him a hot damn dime ever again in her entire life. That would be completely understandable too. But she obviously, the way that we have seen things going, does not feel as if he is freaking guilty here. So I don't understand why people have thrown bitch fits over the past few hours about his mom giving him any money. It's actually insane, especially just because of our point of view of things. I just find it grotesque, honestly. But everybody else's names are going to be redacted when we view it. I will tell you this. Of all the other names on there besides his mom's, I didn't recognize any of them. I don't know any of those people. I've never heard those names before. I've never seen anybody's username come across looking like any of that. I don't know who any of those people are. I honestly don't care. I don't really care who those people are either, which is another reason I'm not going to show them on the screen. I want it made clear here. I don't care. I don't want to deep dive into who they are. I don't want to hear about it. Unless there becomes some sort of legal reason why we need to know who these people are, I don't care. Just so you guys know. I don't care. But I will say too, Steve's also dumb, once again. I don't know where he's getting this shit about Bryan having $40,000. It shows that the whole time that he's been there, he's had about 10 in his account, the majority from his mother. I don't know where he's getting this 40,000 from. I don't know where he's getting this book deal thing from. Steve says a lot of stuff that we always end up kind of proven wrong, and I don't know why he continues to do what he's doing. I mean, it's not too late. I'm ready to change my opinion at any freaking second, the second they can prove any damn thing. They can't. Even the guy who's trying to act like he's still all, oh, Kohberger's guilty. He still can't even actually say that. He can't give a good description. Everything he gives you is trust me, bro. You're not shown anything. He doesn't give you nothing and admits to issues in every department in this case. The most chaotic investigation he's ever seen. I mean, come on. Come on. It's all a joke at this point. It's laughable at this point. So much. My God. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and read this. A little docu-doc. There's really not a lot here. He basically is just breaking down how much money he has. And I think at the end of everything, by the time he filed this, it was like $170, something like that. But this is basically saying that he can pay a portion of the court fees as a prisoner, which is saying I can use my $170 in my commissary to pay partial fees. So it says Bryan C. Kohberger asks to start or defend this case on partial payment of court fees and certifies. This is an action for post-conviction relief petition. Make sure you guys can see it. Okay. I believe I am entitled to get what I'm asking for. And the one that he checked marked is, I have not previously brought this claim against the same party or a claim based on the same operative facts in any state or federal court. 3, I am unable to pay all the court costs now. I have attached to this affidavit a current statement of my inmate account certified by a custodian of inmate accounts that reflects the activity of the account over my period of incarceration for the last 12 months, whichever is less. I understand I will be required to pay an initial partial filing fee in the amount of 20% of the greater of A, the average monthly deposits to my inmate account, or B, the average monthly balance in my inmate account for the last 6 months. I also understand that I must pay the remainder of the filing fee by making monthly payments of 20% of the preceding month's income in my inmate account until the fee is paid in full. So I guess they're going to give him like a due date. And let's just say that it's the first of the month. So let's just say starting August the 1st, because that's the first of the month, that he would have to start paying 20%. They would take the amount of money that was placed in his account for all of July, and then he would have to pay 20% of that amount to the court on August the 1st, and so on and so forth. Now, this is signed with the address from the jail. No cash, none of this stuff. And then it says trust funds, inmate trust, $170. Nothing here, nothing here. And then his parents are his personal references. The last time that he filed a tax return was in 2021. So obviously he couldn't file before that. And he got $500 back. And then it's signed on 7/22/22. So this was the document that he filed in order for them to let him pay it, like pay a partial fee now, like a deposit, and then pay monthly based off of 20% of his previous month's income. So now, and let me like fix this because I have a whole list that I'm trying to like work on, and I want to make sure that I'm not losing my little list because it's going to help me stay on track for everything that we're going to do. Okay. So we've dealt with Kristi and we have read the post-conviction relief payment and fees. Okay. Let's see. What should we do next? Let's see if I can get this to load. Maybe we'll go ahead and talk about Daily Mail now. Am I logged in? Okay. Yeah. So I sent this to Connor already because I'm pretty sure that this is bullshit. I am pretty freaking positive that this is all absolute bullshit. And I have a feeling that Netflix does not have never before seen footage. To me, unless, and this is what I basically said too, unless they've gone in and requested these certain hours that we've talked about before that we have missing from when the bodies were removed, this has to be Connor's footage. We won't know until tomorrow because they're talking about it being in the Netflix series coming out tomorrow. So if you guys have been following along now, and I forgot to do it tonight, but I plan on, my little Nightbot people, I plan on adding a couple different YouTube channels to the Nightbot thing. Connor's, Sarah's, Accomplished Days, Kristi's Chaos, ones that have done a lot of interviews and body cams and stuff like that, FOIA stuff that are like smaller channels. You guys know like the majority of the bigger guys, but a lot of people don't really know the smaller channels that have been doing like a lot of work in this. And I want to start putting those in there so that you guys have it. Plus, I talk about them all the freaking time and I'm tired of going and getting link. Every freaking time I talk about them. So let me go ahead real quick and get Connor's link because I forgot to do the damn thing. So here it is right here. Let's see. Connor posted body cam of Aaron Morris right here and right here, part 1 and part 2. I don't recall at this moment in time because I didn't check ahead of time, but I just know I'm right any damn way. It's in one of those because we talked about it where we see them preparing to take out Ethan and Xana, and then they are rolling out the body bags with Ethan and Xana on the body bags. We hear them coming down the steps, bringing them down to the first floor. They place one of the body bags on the damn ground on the floor instead of waiting to bring the body down until the damn gurney was there. I don't know what the frick they did that for, but I was so shocked seeing that shit. Holy hell. Okay, we did live reviews of these. There are hours missing in here. Because there's like I don't know if it's like between like 9 and 10. There's like an hour in between when we see Ethan and Xana being taken out, and then the next like cycle, and then there's another hour after that. And that hour after that is one that I was trying to get whenever I requested Jay Waters' body cam footage, but they denied it because his was like after Xana and Ethan were taken to the funeral home, and then the rest of Blaker's was Jay Waters then coming back, and then Jay Waters and Blaker simultaneously going with who was taking Maddie and Kaylee to the funeral home. And so they basically denied all of that. But there's a section in between that's not a ride to the funeral home. And I had meant to FOIA it. It's been on my list, and I forgot to. I don't know actually if Connor has gotten the chance to, and they denied it. I don't know for sure. I need to ask him. So unless they went and FOIA'd a section that we just haven't seen yet in this Aaron Morris body cam footage, they're not being honest, and it's Connor's footage. So I want to read to you what this says, and then I'm going to show you the screenshot that they placed in here. And just be, I want you guys to just be mindful of this tomorrow when we are doing our reaction, that when they show the footage, they're going to be telling us that this is never before seen, according to this article. And we need to be truthful and make sure that people know if that's not true. Because if this is Connor's footage, then Connor should be getting the credit for this. And it's bullshit if they're lying. Absolute bullshit if they're lying. So this says, unseen Idaho murders footage, figure in the trees and chilling new details as housemates' full horror is heard. And what does figure in the trees tell you? Interviews. That who has been responsible for? A lot of YouTubers. A lot of YouTubers. If they play a whole bunch of interviews and shit that we've been hearing and talked about for a year now and act like they got this just for this documentary, I'm going to be mad. You already know how mad I'm going to be. I'm going to be angry. Okay. Let's start right here. His shocking bid, talking about Kohberger's post-relief petition. His shocking bid comes just days before a new Netflix documentary examining the Idaho killings is set to premiere tomorrow, featuring never-before-seen footage from the aftermath of the massacre. The newly obtained video offers a chilling look at one of America's most notorious crime scenes, showing visibly shaken police officers discovering the victims for the first time. It also features emotional interviews with the two surviving roommates. Other people paid for those. Fresh details about reports that one victim believed she was being stalked before the killings. Other people paid for those. The footage casts disturbing new light on the night of November 13th, 2022, when the University of Idaho students Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, and Kaylee Goncalves were fatally stabbed inside their off-campus home by criminology PhD student Bryan Kohberger. And then it says, police body cam video captures the haunting moment the first officer arrives on the scene after responding to a frantic 911 call for an unconscious person. Now, as far as I'm understanding, Law and Crime, I think, were the first ones to put out Officer Noon's body cam footage. Pretty sure. Now, this is what I'm talking about here. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen this view before. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. You want to keep my shoes covers as a souvenir? Yeah, that footage. That footage. This is not never before seen footage. This is Officer Morris's footage. That's on Connor's channel. Are they going to show Mabbit talking about keeping the little shoe booties as souvenirs? I'm super curious. Or are they going to edit that part out? Unbelievable. So, we will see what they do. This is 11:22. The door's just open. This is the house. The door's just open. This is the bathroom. This is the bathroom that everybody's been talking about on the first floor with no toilet paper. This is the house. The door is just wide open and you can't see the top of it. This is the spare bedroom's light. I mean, the window right here. This is the house. This is the house. So like I said, unless this is footage of them taking the gurney back inside to remove Maddie and Kaylee, this is Connor's footage. So it all depends on how they place it. Because again, if they try to say this is Xana and Ethan, this is the first, victims coming out or whatever they try to say here, we need to pay attention to it. Because if they say that it's Xana or Ethan, they're lying. They are lying. Yeah, this article was published today. Check your email. I sent you another weird article. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, God. The last photo published just a few hours ago. Oh, my God. Let's see if this lets me open it. This is not blood, and it's not the sink. This is item 40 that they tested for blood at the scene, and it was negative. And this is also not the damn sink. This is not in the sink. This is on the floor, on the kitchen. In the kitchen. False. That's Corner Club. I heard her scream she saw someone. What the hell is this? What the frickin' shit is that? Okay, that's inside the house. Who is this figure with a phone light in their hand? What the hell is this? What the hell is that? Is this some bullshit that they made for Netflix to make it look like they have Kohberger coming in? Is it one of these things that have hired actors to portray people, but they're not going to ever show their faces? Is it like that? What the shit is this? But no, New York Post or whoever the frick wrote this, you stupid shits. Something else I got to clip out. Go check out my videos, because we FOIA'd this information. Me, hi, hello. My name's on the FOIA. No, this is item number 40. This is item 40. It was never sent off to the lab to be tested because at the scene, negatory, no. We FOIA'd this from the police department and they screwed this one up too because when it came back to me, it was listed as item 40, but instead of being a red spot on the floor on the second floor in the kitchen, Moscow Police Department is so ignorant they can't even label shit right again. We already have a numbering issue that caused Paula Sutton to have to redo her entire report, which is why it's not Xana's blood on the ping pong table. You know damn well how many damn different things we can go to just from this problem. Okay. All the documents for this is also in the Google Share Drive. This is not blood. You dumb shits. You dumb shits. Stupid as hell. Why are you so stupid? Why are you so dumb? Let's see what it says. I want to see what they say that picture came from. Haunting new body cam footage shows the moment when horrified police officers discovered the bodies of the 4 murdered University of Idaho students. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, come on. The footage revealed in the trailer. Okay, you know what? I guess we're going to have to do it.
Dispatching Moscow.
We're going to have to do it. Let's sit here and watch this trash and get angry. I got like 30 goddamn tabs open, bro. Like, oh my God. I don't know how people like Rabbit do this every day with so many different tabs open to go through a million things at one time. I really prefer one subject lives. These are okay. Let's go ahead and watch this trash. Ready? Let's go.
Dispatching Moscow.
Now, I will say I did notice that when they did this, because I watched this the other day, notice that they skipped where the damn knife that Hunter claims he got from the kitchen was on the floor. Notice they cut it right there going up the step. And they could say edited for time. Cool. That knife was on the floor. Are they going to be on? Asking the other day. This is what I was asking the other day. Who was arguing? Who was arguing? Who is arguing? I still can't see this person. So many of y'all are bitching at this little loser that I can't even find his original comment. Oh, I'll go ahead and get rid of this dumb shit, because maybe look and see who you're actually talking about before you act like I'm just some YouTuber with a phone, considering I'm sitting at a really expensive desk and a whole bunch of shit right here. Thank you very much. Oh, so a guy who joined to be a member just to be a dumb shit because he's acting like he doesn't know anything about the sheath DNA. Okay, well, they're gone. If you're going to come in here and be a dumbass, then, you can go be a dumbass somewhere else. I don't need you, little $1.99. Bye-bye. Okay, let's get back to this. We were talking about this the other day, and I said, has anybody had the dispatch come out where you heard that before? Now, I remember that I think Truth and Transparency had some dispatch audio, but I know a lot of you guys that watch her channel said that y'all had never heard this portion of this before. So I'm going to ask it again. In the stuff that she does have you guys heard this? This is my problem with this, okay? I need to know how they have this, because AI is really good. And Broken Plea has a transcript that has sections of this now unredacted, where we see where they said he thinks it might be a self situation, So considering that we already have audio with these officers' voices on it, and now we have a transcript that came out in a book. See, yeah, that's where I'm going. This is kind of like where I'm going. Did they make this? It would be very easy. These pieces that are unredacted, did they create them? Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard him before. So that's something else to figure out. Hey, this is more sort of like what she looks like now, kind of. Little bit hairdo wise. But the piece that I saw that had Olivia in it, she still was kind of like, well, maybe it wasn't in this one. I don't see it now. So which one was that then? Maybe there's been more than one trailer. I'm not sure. Because, it's funny how they've been acting like this whole time that they, this isn't Hollywood. They hate all these documentaries that come out and all this other stuff. So if they actually participated in this one, that's going to be, we'll see. Like after the baby. You know what I mean? Like, this is like after the baby when she lost all her baby weight. I don't know exactly when she changed. I don't watch them like that. All I know is that when she popped up skinny as shit, it was shocking to me because I didn't see the progression. I don't go, contrary to what their little cult likes to believe, I don't go see what the hell they doing, bro. So when I saw it, I was shocked. So see, I don't know how long ago this was. This is definitely pre-Ozempic, but definitely also after the baby. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's a bunch of stuff like throughout time. Maybe this has been worked on for a long time. I don't know if there's a way to find that out. Can I like email Netflix and ask them when they started getting information and for this? I don't know. Because remember Prime, that came out in 2025 and the Patterson book, all that shit was done back in 2023 when there was still a gag order in place. They just didn't release it for 2 years. Why the hell? Okay, for one, that's not even the damn porch. That's not even the house. Why are you showing one of the neighbors' porches? Okay, for one. Why does this footage look like it's in the daytime? For two. And what did they just say? Whenever that's like insinuating Showalter, since people already know that Showalter went with them, he didn't follow them, he was invited. Why is this now going to say something about a silver sedan whenever you know damn well that you got a blue Prius on the screen? This is already pissing me off, bro. See, I only watched this like one time. Now I'm like dissecting it. This is pissing me off. It's also being a lie because, hello, again, Netflix, you dumb shits. My Google Drive is public to everybody, even your damn executives. You could have found out a long time ago and known if you were actually worth a shit that this was not blood. You loser. You know what they did here? They took Chris Holland, the dumb shit that I emailed all the proof that he was wrong to that never responded back to me. They took him and ran with it. No wonder the asshole never freaking responded. How much did he get paid by Netflix to give them this information? That's wrong. How much you want to bet? This was not blood. They tested it at the scene. It's in the handwritten pages that Sarah was the first one. Sarah and Lady Di both put it in the comments that there was a handwritten report that I missed when I realized it never went to the lab. It never was sent off to be analyzed, and I couldn't figure out for freaking why. So I sent off a chain of custody request for this exact freaking item. While I was telling my people what I was doing, my people then came back and said, hey, by the way, there's a handwritten report. It says right here, negative for blood. Well, holy shit. That's why it never got sent off to the lab. It wasn't blood. What are they doing? They want her to be in the kitchen so bad, Xana. They want her to have been seen by someone as they were leaving the scene from killing Maddie and Xana and been just collateral damage. And there's no proof of any of that. There's no proof. It's not her blood on the damn table in the living room. And this is not her blood on the damn floor. We also have what? Emails that have been released from the people that actually worked this case in the lab, in the police department for the Idaho State Police, that are talking about the fact that they didn't do anything with the drains. All of that diluted blood in there that literally could have been, technically, from someone taking a knife, turning on a faucet, and washing that bitch off, and then flinging it all over the place, and they didn't swab and test any of the drains. We have that in their own words in email correspondence that was released. I hate all of it. I hate all of it. This is the dumbest shit. The absolute dumbest shit. Let me see what I've missed over here. I always see stuff, but then I like get into it and forget all about it. Thank you for the gifted membership, Kimberly. Congratulations to the person who got that. And don't forget, again, we are going to do our members only live this coming Monday because yesterday everything went crazy with Zelda and the plea. Everything went freaking haywire. And we just weren't able to do it. So next Monday, we're going to continue with our members only Monday that we skipped and with our Moscow Monday, where we are going back through all of the police reports that were released from the Moscow Police Department. Oh my God. Thanks for the $4.99, Kim. Check Shay, Cyray, and G's on a show. Cyray and the Goncalveses? Should we do it? Should we do it? Can we do it? Let me see if I can find it. And we'll just have to start from the beginning. And I'm going to have to just put like another disclaimer. And we'll watch some of this stuff tomorrow. No, Cyray's on there. Oh, hell no. That's precedent. That's precedent. Let's see how we can do this. Damn. Oh my God. Let's see how we can do this. I know, but like doing like lives like that can get you in like so much freaking trouble. But we gonna see Jesse freaking Weber. Oh, you mean the guy that thinks the damn car is a Toyota? Of course that's the channel that they went to. Of course that's the channel that they went to. Oh my God. Hold on, guys. Oh my God. Why did they do this? And you know, it's so funny too. And we'll just freaking watch the shit that we were going to watch tonight. We'll watch it tomorrow. Oh shit, we can't. We got Netflix. We'll watch it the next day. We'll eventually get back to it. You know the freaking stupid part about this whole thing? The interview that Enton just did with Steve Goncalves and his lawyer. The lawyer said something about how there'll probably be 10 different shows about the procedures of the case and blah, 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 all this other stupid bullshit. And in my thought process, I said, yeah, well, it'll probably be your freaking client that's going to all of the freaking channels and doing interviews with all kinds of people. So, yeah, there probably will be a whole bunch of shows about this shit. Of course there will be. Why can I not find his actual channel? Oh my God. Why can I not find it? Probably because I'm logged into my main channel. Let me switch accounts. I went to News Nation. It's not showing up for me. Am I ridiculous? This is News Nation. News Nation. I don't know where it's at. This is News Nation. Jesse Weber. Where's his actual freaking channel? Is it Crime Fix? It's Crime Watch. Okay. Crime Watch with Jesse Weber. Oh my God. It's TV. Y'all should have told me it was TV. When y'all tell me it was TV? Why didn't you tell me it was TV? No, we were about to stop everything. No, we can't watch it now. No, we can't do that. It'll be on the channel later. So when it shows up, because it will show up. When it shows up. Yeah, nobody watches TV. But all of their cable things always end up over here. They always end up on YouTube. So once it ends up on YouTube, we'll definitely watch it. Because Cy Ray and Steve talking together is insane. That's actually insane. So, okay, somebody put in the chat exactly what it is. What channel it is on the TV. So it is the TV version of Jesse Weber's Sidebar. Okay, because the little, like, that's how we're going to be able to find it. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber, shut up. Sidebar with Jesse Weber. Okay, so I will just need to, like, keep an eye out. I bet you somebody already has a clip of it on freaking Twitter. Hold on. Let me check. I hope somebody was awesome enough to do that. Oh my God, you guys. Did y'all see this? Hold on a second. Look, I know I'm ADHD as shit, but did y'all see this? Did y'all see that BTK's daughter got slapped with DV charges? You know who else got slapped with DV charges? It's in my Google Share Drive. All the police documents about it. Have a read. Interesting. Miss Little Olivia is a lot more like the daughter of an actual serial killer than she wants to admit. How interesting. How absolutely interesting. Just, in case you haven't seen that, I just found that interesting. Okay, let's see. Sidebar. Oh boy. Okay, so this is just Jesse Weber. Oh, Jesus. This is just Jesse Weber saying that he's going to have them on.
Okay, got something big for you on Jesse Weber Live tonight. So, after we just covered what happened yesterday with Bryan Kohberger saying he wants to reject his guilty plea, we are bringing on somebody who is going to testify for the defense at that trial. Cy Ray, former police detective, expert.
What happened, Cy Ray? You literally just said on Custody Queens, on your interview that you did here on the YouTubes, that was the only interview you were going to do. So now are you coming out because this was just filed? He literally said, yes, thank you. Oh my God, thank you, Jen. This is the one. Remember earlier at the top of the live, I said that there was some weird freaking YouTube channel that I have never seen before that has like 1.55 million subscribers that did a piece on the case, and it was horrible. That's the one right there. Film Rise True Crime. I freaking recorded that. Oh my God, we are going to bitch our heads off. It is so bad. It is so bad. Thank you. I could not remember the name of it. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it's horrible. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my God. And it just came out like today. It just came out today or yesterday. Like it literally just came out. So what is happening? All of these things all of a sudden. Oh my God, I know. Isn't this freaking crazy? Oh my God. So, okay, let's finish listening to this and let's just keep an eye out. We're going to get back to what we were doing. Because like I said, I have a list of stuff. We're not anywhere near done. I got a list of shit. So let's just keep an eye out for this. And if the clip of them comes out tonight on YouTube or somewhere where I can just go click real quick, we're going to watch it.
In digital forensics, cell phone records, cell phone evidence.
So freaking bizarre.
And he believes that there was something problematic in the investigation. We're not only bringing him on, we are also bringing on Steve and Olivia Goncalves, Kaylee Goncalves' family.
So Steve and Cy have probably been talking for a while. So if Cy Ray can talk to the Goncalveses, because I can pretty much bet you that's probably what's been going on. There's like no way around it at this point. How come the information that Cy Ray is basically claiming that he has still hasn't come out to the public? If he's now talking on mainstream media, is Ann Taylor going to come out and say something, or is she actually like officially fired? Is the see, this is something that I don't know, I guess. Is the post-conviction relief separate from what's happening with the financials with the Idaho Statesman and separate from the unfilings in the case? Like, did he technically fire Ann Taylor, or because it's a separate case number, it has nothing to do with anything? Because if he's still, I mean, okay, I guess what I'm trying, I don't know what I'm trying to ask here. Is she really fired, or because he's doing this himself and is trying to get an attorney for this? Does that mean she's gone, or does that mean she's still on for the remaining things, and now this is a whole separate thing? Because if she's fired, then does that mean that everybody's like NDAs are over, or because the case number is still active, they would still be held to it? I have a lot of questions about that stuff. That part too. Cy Ray talking to SG would be a huge conflict of interest. And there's no way this is going to be the first time that they've spoken. Yeah, those are my questions. I guess I can, and like, look, I heard what Andrea Burkhart had to say about when she sort of changed her mind about guilt based off of the Amazon purchase. The only thing that I will say about that is that they've yet to produce the receipts. And yes, we know that there's a freaking purchase. And yes, we know that there was like a gift card thing and all the other things, but we don't know what the testimony is, for one. They haven't shown us the damn sheath that they claim came from the invoice. And I have to question, is it because something's different about it? Is the emblem a little bit different? Is it a different shade of color? Like, why haven't they produced it? Every time it's been asked for, it's been denied for some reason or another. They've never shown it to us. And then they're trying to claim that he went around trying to delete item history, and you cannot do that. I have several different recordings on my phone of me trying to get answers from Amazon itself about how you delete things and all this stuff. The only answer to anything remotely close to that is like archiving them to where they are on your actual like order list, so that like it's like hidden for family accounts that are buying gifts for each other so people don't see it. We use that. Me and my kids use that for Christmas and shit like that, so that when they use their own thing, we don't see each other's purchases. That's freaking normal. But to delete something, you can't do that. There's no way to do that. You can't do that. And somebody who's saying that they want to help with cloud-based forensics is going to know that regardless of if they archive something or even delete something, if that was an option, the server would still have it at the company. It's never truly deleted. So it would be pointless, completely pointless. And considering, again, it's not even an option with Amazon, I don't know exactly what they were going to try to prove with any of that. That's why this should have gone to court, because they would have had to have produced it all to the public, and we would have visually finally been able to have seen everything. But we don't. So for her to say that that's what changed her mind, I mean, that's cool. That's her opinion. That's whatever. It didn't change mine because of how shady they're acting about it. Why can't they just show us the information? They've given us pictures of the rest of the stuff that was in Kohberger's car. Connor also has those on his community post. Let me show you those real quick. Let me go ahead and finish playing this, and I'll go grab those. Because my point to this is, if they also repurchased those supplements that are the vegan supplements that were in his car, and we now have photos because Connor got them of the vegan supplements, why are we not allowed to see even the replica order that they purchased in order for them to say that they reordered something from Kohberger's account to see the items that came through with the order? Why are we not even allowed to see the reorder done by the police? Why are they not showing us any of that? Huge question. That's a huge question for me. All right, let me play this.
They are going to directly ask this potential witness for the defense questions they have in this case, questions they have about this investigation. This is an exclusive. We've never done this before. They have never done this before. I'm very curious to see where this conversation is going to go.
They've never done this before? I think that answers our question. Let's be serious. Jesse, again, thinks the damn car was a Toyota. Okay. Let's just keep that in mind.
Almost be watching from the sidelines, so I'm moderated. But it's topic one. Number two, sharks. You seen all the recent surge in sharks?
Okay, shut up. Right here. So, photos of the Amazon purchases in the back of Bryan Kohberger's car. View the raw files here. Okay. Let everything load up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 photos. Here is the link. Now we open them. Cartman triangles the case. The triangles inside the case. Sticker. The scissor jack. And the Cartman triangles are like the ones you see when like an 18-wheeler is off to the side of the road and they have to put some like warning things out with reflectors and stuff like that. It's basically like smart people putting stuff in their car that they should have. Basically. Another picture of the scissor jack. And here's the supplements. So we were allowed to see those things. But they have not shown us the Amazon purchase. And they have not shown us the duplicate purchase that they claim. And remember, the vegan supplements were included in that. Now, obviously, that's most likely the original bottle and not the duplicate one. Why can't you show us the stuff? Like, why can't you show us the rest of it? What are you hiding? That's how it feels. And if we're wrong, just produce it. You've been asked 1,500 times, and we're over a year past the plea. If you've got your guy, show us the freaking goods, bro. How hard is it? Why is it taking so long? And now it's getting to this point where all of the FOIAs are probably going to start shutting down if this gets approved, which I hope it gets approved. I want to go to trial, but it is going to put a pause on us getting information. Unless because of what's happening, they want to sort of like prove he's actually guilty and suddenly everything literally gets released as a, we're not doing this and we're done playing games. Here's every damn thing. I would freaking welcome that. Please, please do. That could be the best thing to happen here. I doubt that's going to happen. Or if it does, because they're so freaking confident, I highly doubt we're going to see anything that changes our minds. Again, we've looked at expert reports that were right there on the cusp of trial. Everything that we just saw was everything that was basically going to be discussed. Everything that we've been going over for the past few months was the everything closer to the courtroom. But the bigger problem with that is that that's the most tweaked information, and we know that they lie. We know that they lie. Look at the difference in the cast draft versus the final. 90% of it was removed after Cyray put in his report because everything that they put in there basically was wrong. But now Cyray is claiming, oh, this other path north and the cops were too far south for everything. And, oh, I even think I know where he put the weapons. Please produce your map. That's all we're asking. We are not asking for you to do anything other than what you've already done. If you are claiming that you gave this information to the prosecution, if you went on to Custody Queens and Ron is telling people that you showed a map and you showed them exactly what you're talking about, why can't the public see it? Why can't the public see it? People are going to act like I'm an asshole just for even bothering. No, we don't do trust me, bro. Produce, please. Or how am I supposed to believe you? If your entire concept is that the FBI was wrong and lied about their information, and you called them out by showing us their draft, their final, and what was wrong to an even further extent than Slovinsky did, how are you just expecting us not to want the same thing done to yours? If you want to be honest, you should produce your information, especially now. What do you got to lose, Mr. That was my last interview? Now you're on mainstream. What are you holding back? I don't get it. I don't get it. So just for the record, there's nothing in the documents, and I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comments. I have never seen anything in the actual physical reports that shows the shoe size for the footsteps, the boot prints, shall I say, outside. We do see police officers putting their feet next to them. We do see measurements, and yes, you can figure it out yourself by the measurement, but I don't recall there being a size physically written in there in the reports. If I missed it, let me know which one it is, because I've been wondering that for like a long time when people were talking about that, and I don't remember ever actually seeing it. For the one that goes out from the slider, that one right there, I don't remember seeing it. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. And yeah, this is again the item 40 that we've already proven from doing our own actual due diligence, unlike Netflix, that this is not even blood.
I heard her scream because she saw someone.
That right there tells me that they are creating shit to put in here that's false. So this is going to give some sort of crazy perception to people about what Kohberger would have looked like walking up into the house. Is his phone in his hand?
Because she saw someone.
They have the Kohberger character carrying a phone in their hand. Oh, we already looked at this. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we're done with this part too. Okay, so let's see what's next on my little list over here. Hold on. Okay, run over that. I got so many things on here. Oh yeah, I closed my list off because I was chasing something that wasn't there because it was on TV. All right, hold on. Let me pull my list back up so that I know exactly what it was I wanted to do next. Okay, we went over the Daily Mail article. where I said it seems like they either got a piece of footage in between the stuff that Connor already got, or it's Connor's and they're full of shit, which is probably the case. So the next thing I had was Steve talking to Jesse Weber last night. Now, I'm actually glad that we do have this, because if it comes available while we are still live, and again, we've got a lot to talk about. If it becomes available on YouTube while we're still live, it's going to be good to have gone and listened to what Steve was telling Jesse last night, because this was Steve Goncalves' first mainstream media interview after the news of the post-relief petition. We watched Kristi's over on Fox with Hannity, and now we're going to watch Steve with old Jesse. All right. How long is this? 8.5 minutes. Okay.
Kaylee Goncalves' father, Steve, joins me right now. Steve, it's good to see you. I thought about you a lot today. I thought about you. I thought about Kristi. I thought about Olivia today. I thought about all the families. I just want to start with your reaction. And did you know that this was...
Thank you, Melinda. I'll check it here in just a second. I'm going back to pull up the... I want to show you guys what I'm saying about Jesse Weber saying the damn car was a Toyota, because you know I don't like just saying anything and not showing it to you. And I closed all that off when we went chasing the TV thing that wasn't on here yet. So I'm trying to pull it up real quick, but I'll check your email in just a second.
Coming in any way?
Little bit. We had a little bit of rumbling of some rumors, things that were in the process. We did think it would be...
Remember what I said about remembering what Kristi said? I guess I would also add what he just said to that. And to be clear about them getting a heads up from someone. Add this to that.
Little bit. We had a little bit of rumbling of some rumors, things that were in the process. We did think it would be closer towards September, but you know, we're not that surprised, to be honest.
How are you guys doing?
We're strong, and you know, this is more par for the course. We knew that this was going to happen. Some people were given false expectations that there would be no appeal because he waived that right. You can't waive your constitutional rights.
See, again, he's going to act like they weren't coming out here telling everybody that Kohberger doesn't have a chance to change anything, and now he's going to pretend like, oh, we knew all along. That's not how you acted.
You know,
that's not how you acted.
We're not that surprised, to be honest.
How are you guys doing?
We're strong, and you know, this is more par for the course. We knew that this was going to happen. Some people were given false expectations that there would be no appeal because he waived that right. You can't waive your constitutional rights. And look, you know, we had a lawyer, even though they tried to gag our lawyer. He was able to give us really good information throughout the whole process. So we'd have been expecting this from the very beginning. And if you've had a prosecutor who's gone through prosecutions of capital cases, this is to be expected.
Yeah. But again, y'all didn't come out here behaving like that. Now you're trying to backtrack a little bit. I don't really quite get why y'all do that, but that's fine.
I'm thinking about you guys. You know, you finally able to turn the chapter, and you're now faced with this new potential legal battle that can carry on from hearing to hearing, and potentially, even though I think it's extremely unlikely in my legal opinion, but potentially a new trial. Are you prepared to go through all of this? How are you mentally prepared to go through that?
Yeah, some people want the second bite of the apple. I'd love to have the second shot at the, you know, the accused murderer. I would love for us to be able to reline him up and hold him accountable to the full extent of what he's done. We said at the very beginning that there's a right way to a plea deal, and then there's a rushed way to a plea deal. And this was, we felt rushed, but I'll stand corrected. If this is over in 3 to 6 months, then I was wrong. If we're doing this time next year, then it would have been a lot more advantageous to Idaho to go in there and say, hey, where's the murder weapon? What was the second weapon used? He could have clarified this, and he made it sound like that was an expectation that was ridiculous. And where
Kohberger made it sound like it was an expectation that was ridiculous. Is that what he's saying? Where was that ever put?
Reline him up and hold him accountable to the full extent of what he's done.
Welcome.
We said at the very beginning that there's a right way to a plea deal, and then there's a rushed way to a plea deal. And this was, we felt rushed. But
I mean, honestly, the very first thing y'all said was like no plea deal whatsoever, which is I also agree. This should have gone to trial. But I don't really remember you ever giving it that much grace before. You know, this is different.
We said at the very beginning that there's a right way to a plea deal, and then there's a rushed way to a plea deal. And this was, we felt rushed. But I'll stand corrected. If this is over in 3 to 6 months, then I was wrong. If we're doing this time next year, then it would have been a lot more advantageous to us.
You mean this time next year when the WSU stuff goes to trial? Or whatever's going to end up happening with that shit, because I haven't even bothered to look at that because there's been so much going on over here. You mean next year when the WSU stuff's happening and all your money might be out the window? Because you guys actually need to know, for those of you who might not have ever been here before, the families are suing WSU, which is where Kohberger went to school and was the TA. The filing itself is full of inaccurate information. The filing itself puts information in there on the case that the state themselves have already come out and proven through either court testimony or forensic lab reports and police reports is not connected or relevant to this case. 2 examples. They are trying to say that Kohberger stalked the victims, and if it wasn't for WSU bringing him in as a TA, then none of that would have happened. Except there's been multiple times that the lead prosecutor, the one we call Santa Claus, stood up and said to the open court on live TV, there was no stalking in this case. If you were here for the very beginning of this, for the end of the intro where the real intro gets started, you hear him say it himself. There's no stalking in this case. Even Cy Ray, who is now over there doing all of this to the Goncalveses on Jesse Weber, has said in his interview that he said was going to be the last one over on Custody Queens, that there was no stalking behavior. There was nothing, even in his bigger map, when he took the rest of the location pings that were not mapped by the FBI. Even with all of the rest of the information mapped through, he could not find behavior of stalking. Surveillance. None of that. None of that. That's what's in that WSU lawsuit. That's example number 1. Number 2 are the photographs of a kitchen window in the back of the house by the slider, where it's like somebody's face and like their hands, and it's tiny hands. Like college girl hands. Not big 6 foot something man hands. It's also not Bryan Kohberger's nothing. Like there's nothing there. But it's in photographs in the lawsuit filing for the WSU suit. Lies. And this is not Shannon Gray, the attorney that you're going to see talking with Inton later on in this live when we go over that interview. These are 2 separate law firms that are working together for this lawsuit. And collectively, they included false information in their like $400 million lawsuit filing. Yeah, that one's going to be real interesting.
Idaho to go in there and say, hey.
Oh, and thank you for the $9.99 Tiff. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Where's the murder weapon? What was the second weapon used? He could have clarified this, and he made it sound like that was an expectation that was ridiculous. And where we are, and
never ever,
I hope he's right.
Before.
I hope we're done with this in 3 months.
And you also need to remember something else that the lead prosecutor, William Thompson, said was that there was no point in asking Kohberger any questions because 2 weeks into the case, before there was ever even Cousins being tracked down, some FBI profiler told Moscow and Latah County that whoever did this would be so depraved that their mind would be so abnormal that someone like us wouldn't understand. And you couldn't trust anything at all that they said whatsoever. So don't ask questions because it'd be pointless. He repeated that half a dozen times after the sentencing. They didn't bother. It instantly made excuses. The state made the excuses, not Kohberger's team, not the defense side. The state. The state made the excuse.
But I'm prepared for it to be longer.
So just to clarify, if they said, listen, he's going to be retried. We're not taking the death penalty off the table. We're going to go full steam ahead, death penalty trial. In a way, to me, it sounds like that's something that you might welcome. And also, I wonder, because you see the commentary online, despite Kohberger pleading guilty, there are those who believe he's still innocent. In a way, do you feel if this goes to an actual trial?
I cannot wait. You know what? I'm just going to show it.
People get obsessed.
I can't wait any longer. Jesse Weber, you absolute ridiculous man. Why do you make me do this? Why? Why do y'all make me do this? Why do they make me do it? And they do. They make me do it. I don't give a damn. They make me do it. All right. This is Julian Dory interviewing Jesse Weber. And they are about to discuss the Kohberger case. So as you can see right here, it's talking about Kohberger case. Okay. Alrighty. Now I'm going to type in Toyota so that you can see, because it's like an hour. Okay. Like it's a long time in between, but you're going to now see, like, I'm going to go like this far back. All right. Listen
on it and figured he deliberately left this specific military style knife to throw law enforcement off to think it was a member of the military. I go, let me just process it.
Now, he also just said knife and not sheath. Knife and not sheath. Okay.
Just for a second. This criminal mastermind decided to leave a knife sheath with his DNA on it and figured, well, the risk of that was outweighed by, oh, they're going to think it's a member of the military. I go, no way. The guy panicked and ran out and he left it. And that's what happened. He was incredibly sloppy. He turns his phone off and then has it off during the killings and turns it back on after the killings. And it's going in the direction of the crime scene. And when it's turned back on, is going back to his house. I mean, he could have
circle back to the crime scene.
He was there multiple times. Yeah. And then if you're like, well, how do you know that was his car?
Right here.
This wasn't ever talked about as much. Later on that day, the Toyota that he was driving, I think it was like 12 something. He goes to an Albertsons, like a grocery store.
Okay.
He's seen leaving on like exiting the car. So if everybody's like, oh, maybe somebody else is
the Toyota
driving it, says, no, you match the car to him too. It's like,
remember he took the picture too with like the thumbs up.
Like, let it he says it twice.
And again, it's sinister.
Black eyes, a little bit of happiness.
Does he fix it over here?
Just
that didn't.
No, he doesn't.
It was just ice.
It was crazy. I remember the first shot of him when he was arrested.
Oh yeah, with the bulletproof vest.
And you
on.
just try to look, and you're like, this guy is so eerie looking.
Yeah, it was one of those where you look at it, you're like, oh, well, he must be guilty.
Yeah,
right away.
Excellent police work. Excellent.
Why did it take 6 weeks to?
I mean, they had to match everything. They had to find out where the car, the Toyota, where was it registered to?
The dumb shit said it twice that it was a Toyota. But yeah, that's the man for news, babe. That's the one you want to go to and have all your notifications on for. Oh my God. Why do y'all make me do it? Why do you make me do it? I don't understand. All right, let's finish this. Dumbasses, my God.
And he has an opportunity to fight the evidence. Is that something that you'd say, you know what? I think it's necessary.
I
would love it. We're getting to the point where capital cases, 9% of the time, are settled out of court. We do need case law. We do need state law. And Idaho I think it could benefit greatly from this. Unfortunately, we spent $8 million, and I feel for my community. This guy wasn't even a member of our society. He wasn't even a member of our state. And we've really just been totally put through the ringer having to defend this loser. So I want to protect my community, and I feel like, you know, I can't keep asking for more. We got our chance. We had a weak process.
And see, if there, I'm telling you right now, if there was not a $400 million lawsuit pending, he would be like, yes, let's go right now. And instead he's like, oh, you know, I really just don't want to do this. All that crying about no plea and wanting the death penalty to be on the table. He's got the chance right now if he really felt like the way he thinks, the way he says, you want to save the community $1. What? The same way that that Kaylee wasn't worth you driving to Moscow for because you were on call at the hospital? You freaking loser. I can't be within 25 miles of the hospital. People can't just take off when they're working. Excuse me? I'm sorry? They're never going to live down the fact they did not go to Moscow. And again, I don't know what he thought saying that dumb shit, but you literally just told us that your job was more important than the fact that your wife's blood niece just called and told you that your daughter was dead. Than the fact that you were seeing her house all over the news, that people were calling your minor children, freaking them out, that you were getting phone calls from all kinds of people, that Kaylee wasn't answering, Maddie wasn't answering, Jack wasn't answering, and nobody left because you were on call. Oh my God. Some people feel sorry for the wrong people. Makes me sick. Makes me sick.
Prosecutor, but I don't want to put our community through another few $1 million. It's unfortunate, but somebody's going to have to put their foot down and make this case law.
Do you think he had a weak attorney? I mean, he's basically saying he had ineffective assistance of counsel, that there was evidence that...
No, I would have loved to have actually Ann on our side. She would have blown...
Oh my God.
Think he had a weak attorney? I mean, he's basically saying he had ineffective assistance of counsel, that there was evidence that...
No, I would have loved to have actually Ann on our side. She would have blown the doors off Thompson. Thompson was weak.
Thank you,
Thompson
Joe
was
Mom.
caving left and right.
Thank you.
If we didn't get Jeff Nye and Ingram,
Welcome, Tracy.
we would have been toast. So, yeah.
Why is that, Steve? Why is that, Steve? Because are you actually... See, this is why I'm like, okay, is he actually seeing that the evidence is not equaling, like, the narrative? And he knows that? But again, that lawsuit is really important to them, right? Because what other reason would he have for not wanting this to go with the chance of the DP? And then say that if these other two people wouldn't have come in, we would have been toast. That tells me that you believe there's nothing there. And that it would have been proven in court. And if that goes to court now, and that's actually what happens, you lose your possibility of having $100 million in your pocket. And don't think for 1 second that people won't flip on the truth for their child for $100 million. Because, oh yeah, people will. We've already seen how these people act. The Goncalveses lie about Kaylee all the time. Kristi cannot tell a story about Kaylee without jabbing something at her, saying something negative and making her look bad. She does it all the time. We see it all the time. The Chapins? Ethan's in the basement. They're twins now. F a triplet. Triplet who? Well, we're down one. Time to move on. It's been years. And the behavior here has not changed. Steve has been the same liar and manipulator and narrative writer the whole time.
And we've really just been totally put through the ringer having to defend this loser. So I want to protect my community, and I feel like, you know, I can't keep asking for more. We got our chance. We had a weak prosecutor, but
this is the literal opposite of the man from 6 months ago before that filed. We all know that. We've been here long enough.
I don't want to put our community through another few $1 million. It's unfortunate, but somebody's going to have to put their foot down and make this case law.
Do you think he had a weak attorney? I mean, he's basically saying he had ineffective assistance of counsel, that there was evidence that.
No, I would have loved to have actually Ann on our side. She would have blown the doors off Thompson. Thompson was weak. I mean, Thompson was caving left and right. If we didn't get Jeff Nye and Ingram, we would have been toast. So, yeah, I think his counsel was great. I didn't like her. I think she was always probing, always saying stuff like she would be ineffective counsel. She was always planting seeds. And
she was always saying stuff like she was going to be ineffective counsel and always planting seeds. She said she would not be able to effectively defend her client when they got a huge batch of information in just right before the trial. It was a huge data dump. Even Cyray and Turvey, they all have admitted this huge data dump of information came in. She came out and said, okay, well, now it's like a ginormous amount of info on top of it being horribly disorganized. And we see that because how many labeling issues have we come across just ourselves? Again, the Netflix lie about that being blood on the floor in the kitchen is not. And when I FOIA'd that with the Moscow Police Department, item 40 and the other evidence number portion, because they all have two different numbers assigned to them, was like 1839. And the information they sent back to me had 1839 and had item 40 on it. But instead of it saying floor 2 kitchen floor under north cabinet or on north side, the way that the rest of the documents for this very specific red spot on the floor in the kitchen actually has it labeled, they sent me something saying 4-3 south wall of closet. Why is it mislabeled in the Moscow Police Department records? Why have y'all not found that and fixed that by now? They haven't even responded to me when I sent them an email telling them, why is this the wrong label? Why is this not the right information? No one has responded. And probably because they've been going on week-long vacations, they've cut their daily hours shorter, it seems, and they're off every Friday now. No one has responded. Chief Dollinger to this day has not answered any questions about why there's no freaking sound in what we got for the King Road footage, why we're being told there's no timeline in the Moscow Police Department records. Nothing, no responses. They don't like being called out. Instead, they want to bitch about us like he did with the Sundance thing. And the only reason they don't like us is because we ask them questions they can't answer. It's not our fault. That's not our problem. That's a you problem. That's a you issue.
Like her, I think she was always probing, always saying stuff like she would be ineffective counsel. She was always planting seeds. And I would have, a real prosecutor would have just went up to the bench and said, she says that again, rip her out of here and let's get a real prosecutor. Let's get a real defendant that actually.
See, when he's full of shit, when he starts really stumbling really, really bad, this entire last part of this is very just jumbled.
Even left and right. If we didn't get Jeff Nye and Ingram, we would have been toast. So, yeah, I think his counsel was great. I didn't like her. I think she was always probing, always saying stuff like she would be ineffective counsel.
That's how you know he's full of shit and he's lying because he's starting to stutter.
Was great. I didn't like her. I think she was always probing, always saying stuff like she would be ineffective counsel. She was always planting seeds. And I would have, a real prosecutor would have just went up to the bench and said, she says that again, rip her out of here and let's get a real prosecutor. Let's get a real defendant that actually wants to be in this room.
Let's get a real defendant? Yes, Steve. I agree, Home Skillet. Are we finally on the right team? Oh my God. Yes. Let's get a real defendant. Freudian slip. One more time.
A real prosecutor would have just went up to the bench and said, she says that again, rip her out of here and let's get a real prosecutor. Let's get a real defendant that actually wants to be in this room. If she's going to be ineffective, let's go get somebody who's going to be effective. And he just.
Yes, please. Let's get a real defendant, Steve. But whatevs. What he's basically saying is that Thompson should have pulled Hippler off to the side and bitched and complained when Ann Taylor said that she was not going to be able to effectively defend Bryan after that data dump. That's what he just said. That's what he just said.
Didn't have that.
Why do you think he's doing it? If you believe, you know, and I'll give you my legal opinion. I don't think he's got a shot, but we'll talk about it a little bit.
I don't make this shit up,
Why do you think he's doing it right now?
Because he's an egomaniac psychopath. He literally, some way, like made it paramount that they wouldn't say he was a psychopath, even though
they made it paramount that they wouldn't say that he was a psychopath because he had never been diagnosed as a psychopath. There's nothing in any of the medical records that say he's a psychopath. That's why they can't say he's a psychopath. And the records were shown to the prosecution. The evaluations were done by both sides. Neither side said he was a psychopath, or the state wouldn't have been able to agree to that. That's why, Steve. I mean, weren't you there when they were having these arguments? He's not one. Therefore, they cannot call him one in court.
Have that.
Why do you think he's doing it? If you believe, you know, and I'll give you my legal opinion. I don't think he's got a shot, but we'll talk about it a little bit.
Okay, Mr. Toyota, calm down. Calm down.
But why do you think he's doing it right now?
Because he's an egomaniac psychopath. He literally, some way, like made it paramount that they wouldn't say he was a psychopath, even though on his phone he'd repeatedly said psychopathic behavior, psychopathic paranoia. He started self-analyzing himself and thinking to himself, oh my gosh, I am a psychopath.
Real psychopaths are not aware that they're psychopaths. Real psychopaths are not going to Google psychopathy and try to self-diagnose themselves. Not normally, no. He was writing papers, sir, on the psychology of criminals. That's literally what his focus was in. All of those searches were for assignments. Steve. Holy shit. They were for assignments. You're crazy.
But he got Ann to like lay hard into that and said, hey, they're going to call me a psychopath. So she got Thompson to just fold. And he was like, we won't say the word, even though it's on his phone. So
even though he Google searched it. He Google searched it once. And now we can't call him a psychopath in court, even though he freaking Google searched it. Why can't we call him a psychopath? Oh, Steve. I can't do this. I am going to lose my mind. I am going to end up just like Mad Hatter, Johnny Depp's version of the Mad Hatter. That's going to be me here very, very soon if I have to keep dealing with these damn people. What? He Googled psychopathic traits, and now we can't call him a psychopath even though he Googled it. That means everything. Oh my God, bro. It's on his phone. I can't. This is insane.
Psychopathic paranoia. He started self-analyzing himself and thinking to himself, oh my gosh, I am a psychopath. But he got Ann to like lay hard into that and said, hey, they're going to call me a psychopath. So she got Thompson to just...
Can you imagine? Ann Taylor and Bryan Kohberger sitting in a room together, and he just goes over and whispers, hey, we can't let them do that, bro. You're going to have to talk to him. What? What?
Fold.
You're insane.
And he was like, we won't say the word, even though it's on his phone. So I think he didn't want to realize the kind of monster he was. And
And you know what? I don't disagree with that, honestly. I don't disagree with that. I don't. I won't even bother to disagree with that. I get that. But that's also the same kind of like mindset when like people with hypochondria, is that the word? Like here's certain things, symptoms for medications, usually like on TV, and they'll be like, oh my God, I have all of that. Because you know, there's so many symptoms, just like with Zelda, what we figured out with all of that. There's so many symptoms that can mean like 1,500 freaking million different things. So I don't disagree with that. But if they can prove that he was writing an assignment at the same time that he was looking up all of this stuff, plus that's his field of study, it still isn't something that you can say, oh, this proves he's a psychopath. No, he has to have been diagnosed as a psychopath. And if this was something one-sided and they, at the point of this like plea, hadn't had both sides evaluate him, and we have the information for that, then they really couldn't honestly say that, but both sides did. And there was a situation where the original lady that was doing evaluations on stuff with Kohberger died. She got sick suddenly, and it didn't take long for it to just overcome her, and she passed away. And so everything basically had to be started over, which is also interesting. But again, the state also did their own stuff. And apparently they can't call him a psychopath because even the state's evaluations didn't find him to be one.
So, oh my gosh, I am a psychopath. But he got Anne to like lay hard into that and said, hey, they're going to call me a psychopath. So she got Thompson to just fold. And he was like, we won't say the word, even though it's on his phone. So I think he didn't want to realize the kind of monster he was. And he started
just making stuff up,
having that self-realization when it was too late.
I can't help but think of the timing. There's a Netflix documentary that's coming out in a couple of days. One of the things I've speculated is this a way for him to regain the narrative, to get control of it?
Regain the narrative? Y'all have never ever let him have it even a little bit, not even once. What do you mean regain the narrative? This is the first time y'all even give a shit about anything on that side of things. What do you mean?
There's a Netflix documentary that's coming out in a couple of days. One of the things I've speculated is this a way for him to regain the narrative, to get control of it? Do you feel that had an effect?
100%. And he always has been the same portfolio, the same guy that's doing the same behavior.
You mean like how you and Kristi are still giving us the exact same script you were giving us almost 4 years ago? Self-reflecting much, I think.
Go look back at what he's done throughout his career, even in high school and college.
You mean in high school when, and let me make this also clear, there's been a lot of people talking about his handwriting because of how freaking messy it is. And it's messy. Okay? It is messy. There's a reason though. He has mobility and dexterity issues that he was diagnosed with a long time ago. And before we knew anything about Bryan Kohberger, and if you've been here for a while, you know this already, there was an interview of someone who owned a fishery when Kohberger was like 16. I want to say around 16 is the age I remember he was a teenager. And not only was he not good with like making eye contact with people because he was socially awkward, which is a lot of people don't like being around people. I don't want to be around people all day. I don't want to look at people in their face and smile when I'm not feeling like that inside and put a fake attitude on. I'm not good with that. Okay. But he also couldn't get the knife skills down. He was horrible at filleting fish. The only reason why he stopped working there, he never got fired. They just talked to him and he just basically was like, I don't really like the way it feels having to talk to people. And I can't get the knife right. I can't do it. And they just were like, yeah, I agree. You're having some issues. And it was like a mutual thing. The guy that came out and talked was so polite and nice about the whole situation. He didn't even, as far as I can remember, even try to like put like 2 and 2 together and make it sound like, oh, this has to be. No, it's the literal opposite. He could not hold a blade in order to fillet a fish. He has mobility and dexterity issues. That's why he doesn't play sports. He jogs. That's why when he was a chubbier teenager, his father took him to a boxing gym and he only did mental health workouts. The guy that owned the gym that was doing everything with him even said this was not strength training. He was literally just trying to stay balanced and clear his head. Something important people should know. All I'm saying.
The same guy that's doing the same behavior. If you go look back at what he's done throughout his career, even in high school and college, he's always wanted to control the room. He's always wanted to dominate the people around him. And that was part of the reason why we pushed back, because we'd studied this guy. I still think he has some tricks up his sleeve.
Right there.
He's got 40K out.
Yes. Oh, this is another lie he's about to tell. Yes, right here. This is the word right here. Dyspraxia. This is in the court documents. This word right here. I don't remember which one it is. Okay. I planned on pulling it up at a later time. Somebody might know off the bat. This word is officially in the court documentation. Dyspraxia. Yes. Thank you so much. Autistic with dyspraxia. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if he has dyslexia. It doesn't seem so with the way that he writes, unless he just goes so slow that he has like trained himself to slow down enough to get like letters backwards, because I didn't see a problem. I didn't see a single issue. So I don't know if he has that, but for sure, yes, he has the mobility issues. It explains the handwriting. So many people did not know that. I had to say that. I said it a couple times in comments, a couple times on Twitter. I mean, that's just like more proof, because even like Ashley Banfield's making stupid ass comments about his handwriting, and I'm like, it looks like that because he has a freaking medical diagnosis. His handwriting would look completely different if he didn't have a medical diagnosis. That matters. The truth freaking matters.
Found him. And that was part of the reason why we pushed back, because we'd studied this guy. I still think he has some tricks up his sleeve. He's got 40K on his books.
We're going to look at the transaction summary information that All Spiral posted as soon as this is over. That's next on the list.
I've heard that he's going to use that to get some counsel of his own. He's
yeah, his little $170 that he put a partial payment down for, Steve.
I think he has some tricks up his sleeve. He's got 40K on his books. I've heard that he's going to use that to get some.
Yes, thank you. Bam, right there. The selfie is supposed to be to his mom, because he was finally able to get a certain button done that he had been having issues with because of his hands. Is the story that we've been told. Was that was literally, I finally freaking did it. Apparently. Yep.
Counsel of his own. He's negotiating, trying to get a book deal so he could pay for his own like lawyers. I mean, this guy's creative, and he's got a master's degree, and he's working on a PhD. So he's not a moron, even though he writes like an idiot.
He's working. See, just like he also said that his girls would have never been friends with Bryan Kohberger because he was a loser. Remember that too.
On his books, I've heard that he's going to use that to get some counsel of his own. He's negotiating, trying to get a book deal so he could pay for his own like lawyers. I mean, this guy's creative, and he's got a master's degree, and he's working on a PhD. So
he's working on a PC. You mean a PhD, Steve?
Deal so he could pay for his own like lawyers. I mean, this guy's creative, and he's got a master's degree, and he's working on a PhD. So he's not a moron, even though he writes like an idiot. You look at his writing, you think you're.
He writes like it. See?
I mean, this guy's creative, and he's got a master's degree, and he's working on a PhD. So he's not a moron, even though he writes like an idiot. You look at his writing, you think you're reading like elementary like homework, but he's actually supposed to, be pretty.
Keep talking. I love when you don't have your handler with you. I just absolutely love it. Keep doing this.
So he's not a moron, even though he writes like an idiot. You look at his writing, you think you're reading like elementary like homework, but he's actually supposed to, be pretty intelligent. So I think he has a plan.
Talk about the verbiage he uses that he is.
Idaho's got to deal with it.
Steve, he's going to need proof. He's going to need actual evidence to establish anything that he's saying. But have you heard from the prosecutor's office? I mentioned before what the AG had said. Has there been any conversation from them? Have they reached out at all to tell you what their plan is, what the timeline's going to look like, anything like that?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us, because we asked them to, get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have proven that this person beyond a reasonable doubt type thing. So we could have saved Idaho.
Here he comes trying to make himself look like he did something.
They reached out at all to tell you what their plan is, what the timeline's going to look like, anything like that?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us because we asked them to, get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have proven that this person beyond a reasonable doubt type thing. So we could have saved Idaho, maybe possibly a year worth of.
What?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us because we asked them to, get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have.
So is Steve trying to say that he is aware of a second weapon that would literally link to Bryan Kohberger? Is that what he's trying to insinuate here? Because why else would he say that? What are you talking about?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us because we asked them to, get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have proven that this person beyond a reasonable doubt type thing. So we could have saved Idaho, maybe possibly a year worth of fees. I've always looked out for my community. I love the state in which I live in. And I expect more from people like Thompson, who's dedicated his career to this.
Before I let you go, one of the interesting arguments he makes is he was misrepresented about what prison life was going to be like, or what his options were going to look like, whether it was death row or life in prison. I just want your perspective on that, considering his life behind bars was a big topic in those.
Now, remember, Steve came out a hell of a long time ago and said something about Bryan Kohberger being shown death row. And I was like, they would have not done that. That's crazy. Why would they have brought him down there? And who's telling you this? Like, I was like, what are you talking about? It's pretty obvious now that that was real. It's pretty obvious now that they did do that. So again, I say, what were the threats? Like, the petition itself is vague because the point is to get in front of a court. It's sort of like writing a book or a series with episodes. You have to leave a cliffhanger at the end of everything, and the end of a trial where you finally have a guilty plea or not, a guilty verdict or not, is like the series finale, okay? That's basically how you can sort of describe it in your mind. So it's going to be vague. It's not going to have everything in it. But what were the direct threats? What were the direct threats? Who were they in front of? Who were they set in front of? What did it have anything to do with? What are the direct threats? Are we going to find out? Is that going to be something said? Is he going to have to take the stand if this goes to any further and, like, under oath on the stand, say exactly what it was the threats were? Or is it going to be something that just gets filed in court? Because if he's right now doing this himself, now let's just say another attorney doesn't pop up for some reason. How's that supposed to work? Is he going to have to actually stand there in front of the court and cross-examine Ann Taylor on the things that she apparently threatened him with? Wouldn't that be a sight to see? Holy shit. That'd be interesting. Guess we'll see.
Back statements.
Well, somebody who is going for a PhD in criminology, you would think that he would already have a pretty firm understanding of what that prison system is. And, if he still wants to know what's waiting for him,
weird.
He could always write me. I can tell him what some people.
So here is where he's going to openly threaten Kohberger's life, basically, again, like he did on Crime Talk.
Understanding what that prison system is. And, if he still wants to know what's waiting for him,
honestly,
he could always write me. I can tell him what some people tell me is waiting for him. It only gets worse. And he's actually got it pretty good right now. They're protecting him to the fullest extent of the law. But eventually he has to be treated like a normal prisoner. And those days are going to be pretty scary.
Not only are you so ridiculous that you can't spell my name right, they're called the Chapins. You absolute dumb shit. Don't ever come back on this channel again. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, this is actually crazy. Let's finish playing this out one more time.
So I think he has a plan, and Idaho's got to deal with it.
Steve, he's going to need proof. He's going to need actual evidence to establish anything that he's saying. But have you heard from the prosecutor's office? I mentioned before what the AG had said. Has there been any conversation from them? Have they reached out at all to tell you what their plan is, what the timeline is going to look like, anything like that?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us because we asked them to.
And by the way, because I know that idiot is still watching, that's literally an interview that they did. Jim is wearing a gray sweater, and the mother, Stacy, is wearing a yellow one, and they're standing in front of the tulip field, and Jim says that. Thank you very mucho.
Get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have proven that this person beyond a reasonable doubt type thing. So we could have saved Idaho, maybe possibly a year worth of fees. I've always looked out for my community. I love the state in which I live in. And I expect more from people like Thompson, who's dedicated his career to this.
Before I let you go, one of the interesting arguments he makes is he was misrepresented about what prison life was going to be like, or what his options were going to look like, whether it was death row or life in prison. I just want your perspective on that, considering his life behind.
She was talking on Fox, doing her own thing.
And bars was a big topic in those impact statements.
Well, somebody who is going for a PhD in criminology, you would think that he would already have a pretty firm understanding of what that prison system is. And, if he still wants to know what's waiting for him, he could always write me. I can tell him what some people tell me is waiting for him. It only gets worse. And he's actually got it pretty good right now. They're protecting him to the fullest extent of the law. But eventually he has to be treated like.
Something called the Buck Moon just happened on July 22nd, and that's the date that he was signing stuff. I don't know if that's not the same thing as a full moon, but it has a name. What does it mean? The Buck Moon will peak Wednesday. Oh my God, July 29th. Well, why the frick did it just tell me the 22nd? Let me show you what I'm looking at. Oh my God, where'd it go? Okay, so where am I at? Right here. I don't know what a buck moon is. I've never heard of that before in my life. Okay, so it says July 22nd, 2026, the buck moon. So then I searched it, and it says the buck moon of July 2026 will peak on Wednesday, July 29th, 2026 at 10:36 a.m. So it's not the 22nd. Why is it telling me that it's the 22nd? That's rude. That's rude to be wrong like that. Ridiculous. Never heard of it either. Yeah, I know it says peak, but still, when I click on something, I'm expecting it to match this freaking information. Oh my God. You've got a full moon where you live tonight? That's crazy.
A normal prisoner, and those days are going to be pretty scary ahead.
Yeah, he's talking about how scary it is. Oh my God, it is a full moon. It is the buck moon. Okay, well, you know what? Whatever. I typed in full moon tonight ? And it says full moon tonight, July 29th, 2026. So I guess it's saying that because where my VPN is, it's already that time. Yes, tonight's full moon is the July buck moon during turning full at 10:37 a.m. Wednesday, July 29th. So in the morning. Date and time of fullness is at 10:37 a.m. So yeah, there is technically a full moon tonight in some of the time zones already. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. Never heard of it either. Okay, so after this, I said we were going to look at the commissary transactions. Now, again, the ones that I am going to show you are going to have the people that gave Kohberger money redacted, except for his mom. There's nothing wrong with his mom sending him money. I don't understand why people act crazy as hell about this, okay? Now, this is the one I'm showing here, but the original document that All for the Spiral got from a Freedom of Information Act request, because it is public information, is on the shared drive. But I am not going to be showing the information here on YouTube's. On the YouTube's, okay? Now, this is July 22nd, 2025 through July 22nd, 2026, the last 12 months, because this was what the paper that we went over before asked for. And it has all of the times that money was deposited and the balance all the way through and the stuff that he was purchasing. So when he buys stuff, it has it in parentheses of things that he was purchasing for the full year. Okay, it goes down all the way through for a whole 12 months. Whole 12 months. And remember, these calls are expensive. He's not only calling his parents all the time, but they're on video calls a lot from how I'm understanding it. And that shit's cost a lot of money. It really costs a lot of money. But see, it's not even just Kristi and Steve's writing. The crazy thing is that we have a lot of private messages between Steve and a TikToker named Brett Norton, and his grammar is atrocious. He also does not know how to use the correct form of there, and there. And we have 600 and something freaking screenshots of a 3-hour plus screen recording of a conversation between these two that's been verified to be true. He has no room to talk. None at all. None. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. But as you can see here also, Steve, there is not $40,000 on his books. There is not $40,000 on his books. There was $10,000 deposited to him over the past 12 months, but he currently only had $177 on his books after the ledger finishes on page 7. That $177 is now $7. If I'm remembering the document correctly, it only said $170, right? So he is now sending $170 as a partial payment for what he wants done right now. He doesn't have $40,000 on his books that he's trying to buy some badass attorney for. This is 12 months worth of transaction history. The majority of the deposits coming from his family, his mom. And again, there's other people's names on there, and the document, because it's public information and was done legally and correctly through a Freedom of Information Act request, is in the post-conviction relief folder in the shared drive. But I don't recognize none of those names. And like I said earlier, unless something legally happens, and for some reason these people become legally connected to this case, I don't care who they are. It's not important to me. But I don't recognize the names. They're not any of the witnesses that we've heard. There's not anybody that was on the defense list or the witness list for the state or anybody like that. None of the people that we've heard come forward to claim to know him or people that are usernames. I don't recognize anyone. And again, I don't, unless it's something legal. I really don't care. I really just do not care. But this is not $40,000, Steve. So I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Okay. We're about to play Andrea for about 7 minutes or so, talking about her, like, going over the information. I don't remember exactly how long her live was, but when she got to the section about the Alford plea, it was getting really close to the time that it was needing for us to get started. So I just went back and copied about 7 minutes of her talking about that section. And I ranted a lot about that already in the beginning about my opinion, just not for just her opinion, but for the legal opinion altogether is no shit. It's not in the documents. It was a back-end conversation. Your whatever isn't logical to me to care. I don't care if it's not on paper. It's not going to be check marked as a yes. That's like the entire point of it working. The threats worked. That's why we are now here with it not being checked marked. I mean, it's common sense. Okay. So what I'm going to show you before we start watching Andrea's, because she's just the one I happen to have been watching when I was getting all this stuff together, is Steve Goncalves at CrimeCon. Just this past CrimeCon in Las Vegas in 2026, just like what, a month ago? Maybe a month ago. We've also gone over their entire panel that they did at CrimeCon on ethics of all things. Oh my God. We went live going over that one. That was a trip. Like, you know what? The fact these people don't even understand the people that they're dealing with is crazy. Oh my God, it's crazy. But here is Steve, pretty inebriated, saying all kinds of shit. This is where he threatened Kohberger's life several times. Kristi walked away to do whatever. Yeah, a whole thing. This is also the day where she choked up on the stage, acting like she couldn't say Bryan Kohberger's name and called him by his inmate number. But when she sees Scott from Crime Talk, and I don't have this part clipped, go back and check it out yourself. You've gone over it before. You probably already remember. When she sees Scott, she says, "Oh, you covered the Kohberger case." Not, "Oh, you covered my daughter Kaylee's case." She's got no problem saying Kohberger's name. She choked up on stage for fake sympathy. The same way that Stacey Chapin says that when she walked by the house the next morning, her son's body was still inside, and no, the hell it was not. We watched on body cam your son's body being taken out of that house way before the morning that you walked down there. Why they do this, I don't know. They're the mothers of murdered college students. They don't need to fake shit to get sympathy. I don't understand why they do it, but they do. And we have receipts to prove it. We're not the bad guys for calling it out. So let's just go ahead and continue. This is where he tells him there was an Alford plea that Kohberger wanted, but that the Goncalveses found out about it and rallied around it not happening. Andrea Burkhart needs to see this clip. It doesn't need to be from me. It doesn't need to be from my live of us going over this damn thing either. It's about 13 and 40 something seconds in to the original posting of this actual interview. Give or take. Go watch it from the original.
We're not talking about a speeding ticket though, where you're speeding and they give you a defective headlamp, right? We're talking murder where you're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison.
An Alford plea. They wanted to do an Alford plea, and we were like, I rallied everyone. It's like, we ain't doing this.
I wish. We're not talking about a speeding ticket though, where you're speeding and they give you a defective headlamp, right? We're talking murder where you're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison.
An Alford plea. They wanted to do an Alford plea, and we were like,
Crime Talks channel here on YouTube. He went live at Comic-Con, and it has the Goncalveses in the title. It should still be up on his channel.
I rallied everyone. It's like, we ain't doing this.
I wish. Grab it too, but that's where it's at. I'm gonna play it again.
We're not talking about a speeding ticket though, where you're speeding and they give you a defective headlamp, right? We're talking murder where you're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison.
An Alford plea. They wanted to do an Alford plea, and we were like, I rallied everyone. It's like, we ain't doing this.
I wish.
See, I rallied everyone. Crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. Let me see. Where is it at? Where is it at? I wonder if he deleted it. Oh, where'd it be? Was it posted separately? Oh, wait, is this it?
Good day, Crime Talk aficionados. Thanks for joining us for another great show. First, Kaylee's parents have one question for Bryan Kohberger.
Where did it go? Oh, wait, here it is. Woo! I was pissed. Oh my God, I was gonna be so mad. Okay, so this is how I always go to find it. Let me share this on the screen from the YouTube channel. Okay, from the channel itself. Here it be. Alrighty. Transcript. Control F. I have to put Alf because it spells it wrong. Instead of spelling it the right way, it spells it like Alfred. So 14 minutes and 30 seconds in is when he says this.
I get that. We're not talking about a speeding ticket though, where you're speeding and they give you a defective headlamp, right? We're talking murder where you're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison.
An Alford plea. They wanted to do an Alford plea, and we were like, I rallied everyone. It's like, we ain't doing this.
I wish, and this is my own. We saw it in the Chris Watts case, and I like it, particularly in federal court. The judges will say, tell me in your own words what you did.
Mm-hmm.
And that way it takes away any doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, we wanted that too. And it would have been easy because of the way that Kaylee was killed. He would have.
Okay. So this is the original here. Here's the link. So I'll say again. if this was a back-end conversation, if this was negotiations in the background, and he actually wanted an Alford plea, and the defense came to them with an Alford plea saying he wants to keep his innocence, but we know because you're putting our hands behind our back. People need to realize that everything that Ann Taylor wanted to produce and do for defense was being shot down by Hitler. It is handwritten in one of his orders that the only way that any of the alternate perpetrator evidence could be heard is if for some reason the state had the person that Ann wanted to talk to on their witness list. Because the only way that Ann was going to be able to ask any questions pertaining to alternative perpetrators is by cross-examination. Hitler wasn't letting them have anything. Oh, wait, they weren't going to be able to call him a psychopath. Well, that's because he wasn't diagnosed as one. That's not a freaking win. That's not a win. This case has 1.5 million problems. This conversation happened. This happened a month ago, okay? May 31st, 2026, okay? 2 months ago now. 2 months ago now. If this is a back-end conversation and not what the final agreement was for, why the actual shit would it be in the paperwork? If that's how a lawyer thinks, that's not one that I would ever want to represent me, because that's not how reality works. At least that's how my common sense brain is computing things. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. They're not going to say, well, he wanted an Alford plea, but the Goncalves family threw a bitch fit, and so we had to throw that aside, and now we're just not going to tell you anything, and we're just going to get this done and over with. Yeah, that's going to be all typed up with a bow on it. I'm sorry. That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. But we are still going to go ahead and we are going to listen to the piece that I got from her live, where she is talking about this portion of it, because I want you guys to see the way she puts it. And again, this is just my generalized freaking opinion based off of what the majority of people have been discussing all day long in way of the legalities for things, okay? It would not be in the paperwork. It would not be in the paperwork. He's not going to check, yes, I was threatened while he's turning in a guilty plea. No, the threat worked. That's why it's not check marked as a yes. My God. Okay.
This is the entire agreement. So there are no hidden deals, extra things that weren't mentioned or whatever. This is the entire agreement.
Because the hidden deals are written in the agreement. Do you guys already hear in the first 11 seconds? And again, this is just a portion of it. Y'all, we're probably all in there watching it. But you not see already. So hidden deals are placed in finalized agreements, Andrea? Is that seriously what you're trying to tell me? That hidden deals or hidden conversations, hidden things get placed in final agreements? No. No, that doesn't even make any damn sense.
There are no hidden deals, extra things that weren't mentioned or whatever. This is the entire agreement.
See?
This was
that
it.
Makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
Now, you guys might remember if you were here when we watched the guilty plea, when I watched the guilty plea, and I was late watching the guilty plea because I was camping. Literally just got.
Conveniently, Xana's mother, Kara, was also out camping when the news broke that he had finalized putting in a guilty plea. But I will also just want to reiterate something here. What I was told by Kara was that the Thursday before that news broke, the families all got emails, and I've shown them. I've shown the email already. I've shown the information. Well, I've shown not the email, the text messages. I've shown the text messages of her telling me that they need to be meeting up with the prosecution via Zoom on that Friday. So that Friday, they all got together, the ones that were present, which were the Goncalveses, the Chapins, I don't know who else. But Xana's mom was not there. She was already leaving when she got the email about them needing to meet the next day at noon. She'd already had a retreat planned for the church that she's involved with. So they got a little bit of a heads up. They were told on Friday, hey, this is what's going on. and we haven't finalized everything yet, but this is what's happening. So for them to just act like they got an email on Sunday and that's when they knew for the first time what was happening is not true. They were all sent emails saying, hey, we need to talk on Thursday. The freaking header is not going to be, Kohberger wants to sign a plea agreement. That's not how that works either. Okay, they don't let this information out there. I also showed you the email that Kara was sent regarding Brett Payne no longer working for the Moscow Police Department and this brand new position that the Latah County website literally still says does not exist. Okay, suddenly opened up, and suddenly Brett Payne was a prosecutor's investigator. That was kept quiet. They wanted that kept quiet. They literally asked the family not to say anything. They didn't want it publicized because they knew how it would look for Brett Payne to not be working for the Moscow Police Department. After we just watched on live TV, Judge Hippler tell the state and the prosecution, and we went over this, okay, to come up with the narrative they can both live with. Come up with the story that you can both live with. Regarding what? Regarding the IGG, because the truth would show that the FBI broke their own rules. The truth would show that the IGG and the DNA has 1.5 million flaws, that the FBI are the ones that actually did all of the work and broke the rules while they did it. The DOJ rules that were broken. It all happened. Judge Hippler said it was constitutionally unimportant that it did happen. They've admitted it 1,000 times now that it did happen, but constitutionally unimportant. So they were told to come up with a narrative, and they took the rookie-ass cop who doesn't know how to do shit, it seems. The reason why the university thought that they needed to step in, he then went non-law enforcement at the university while waiting for this prosecutor's investigators thing to finally transfer through, waiting in limbo for all of the little knots to be worked out. The whole thing was highly orchestrated. And all of these things are documented. We have literal proof of everything that we talk about here on this channel in the Google Share Drive, just so you know.
Out of cell service area when he goes into court to enter his guilty plea, and I was gone for like a week. And I still remember coming back from that, getting back into signal range, and my phone blew up. All of the notifications. But we did watch it, and you guys will remember that I pointed out there's nothing in here that says he can't do an Alford plea. Now, I was saying it wrong at the time.
Why would it be in there? If it was already attempted and it was rallied against to stop, it wouldn't be in there. So, okay.
Because it was a malapropism, my brain wires crossed. I kept calling it Anders. Anders is a different case. Anders is a case that has to do with if you get a frivolous appeal. The reason why that was on my mind is because the topic of conversation at that point is, well, what if he files an appeal from his guilty plea? Well, the attorney would file an Anders plea, an Anders brief, good chance, because he waived it. And there's nothing in the record that would say his waiver was not knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. He would need evidence outside of the record to be able to do that. And so it would need to be presented in a post-conviction petition, not an appeal. And so that's what he is now doing. But anyway, that's why I had Anders in the mind, not Alford. But
no, I am a little bit, I don't know which one she means to be even referencing there, honestly, the Alford thing. But she continues on with the conversation as she goes through the documents, because she did go back and forth with 2 different names. But she goes through the documents and she starts going through all the check marks, and then she starts talking about the Alford plea again. So I will just say again, it's not going to be in the final documents. If it's something that was discussed and declined, discussed and denied, that information is not going to be in this. I just don't understand where the concept is coming from that it would be. That's really weird to me. I don't understand that.
He had, under this plea
agreement,
agreement,
Laura,
the ability to do an Alford plea. And an Alford plea is the one where you maintain your innocence. You say, I didn't do it. I'm just acknowledging that there's enough evidence here that creates a risk that I could be convicted. And so I'm choosing to take advantage of the plea offer.
And again, we just heard Steve Goncalves tell another attorney that also has a YouTube channel that Kohberger wanted to do just that, but the Goncalveses put a stop to it. So please explain to me from a lawyer's point of view, why in the world would you think that that scenario would be typed up in the plea agreement? I hope my point is coming across. I know I probably sound really annoying, but I'm not comprehending where they're getting this weird ass concept from. I need a lawyer to explain to me where they're getting that from, because no, it would not. They're not going to type up all the things I just said in something like this and expect for it to fly in court. This thought process is odd, okay? It just is.
Sometimes prosecutors will condition their plea offers on it not being an Alford plea. So that would be in the plea agreement if that were a condition. You have to.
It would not be in there that he wanted one and was told no because the Goncalveses threw a fit. No, it wouldn't.
Do a straight plea. You can't do an Alford plea. It's not in there. And that is kind of further substantiated by this document here.
So now she's pulling up the plea deal that he signed, the advisory. Threats work because you're too scared to admit when something is happening. You're too scared to do something because someone has threatened you in some way. So if you are threatened to take a plea agreement and the threat has worked and you are scared shitless, you're not going to say that you were threatened while you're signing the paperwork. You're not going to say in front of everybody that you were coerced and threatened in the middle of the sentencing if the people that you're trying to protect are sitting there in the courtroom with you. Remember, his parents were very much involved in this. They were consulted. They were talked to. Bryan talked to them. That's why it's a threat. Because it worked. Is this not proof of that? I mean, it's definitely not proof that the shit didn't happen. Is my brain not wired right? I mean, I don't know. Am I crazy? I don't know.
Let's get this one big. The guilty plea advisory that was filed. It's got the statements of his constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent, et cetera, et cetera. He's go through and initials all of these different advisements. It's giving up his right to remain silent as to his guilty plea. He has the right to be represented by the attorney. He knows that. Presumption of innocence. He knows that. You have the right to a trial. You know that. Waiving your right to a speedy and public trial. Right to confront the witnesses testifying. He's acknowledging all of these things one by one by one. Then we go to in the questions regarding his ability to enter the plea. So we go through this. A lot of these, as you can see, are kind of, are you sane? Are you drunk? Kinds of things. But, some of these things that kind of may be implicated by the claims that he's raising in his petition. Are you mentally incapable of understanding it? This came up, just vis-a-vis the autism. Does that, there was never a competency process in this case. There was never an allegation that his autism disorder made him incompetent to participate in the legal process, meaning he doesn't understand it. He can't meaningfully participate in his own defense.
Now, something else I will say about this is that people think that for some reason, because he was looking into, like, because he was in criminology, that somehow that means that he knows how the law works. No. You don't really learn law when you're learning how to do criminal psychology. I mean, there's law that you cite because you're going to go in and you're going to look up cases and you're going to try to, you're going to do your homework on stuff. But when it comes to the law, that's not what the hell he was in school for. That's not what he was in school for. Yes, there are some basic concepts of things that they will have, especially more than the layperson, because they are in school studying certain things related to this. But somebody being into cloud forensics, someone being into the psychology of a criminal and doing, group projects on what the hell was actually going on and being inquisitive and asking questions. You see? You see? This is why it's so important to get information from all over the place so that you can weed out the people really paying attention. They're not the same thing. Far from it. Far from it.
So didn't come up. He's not alleging that. Anything going on that affects your ability to enter a voluntary guilty plea? Anything going on in your life pretty broad? Anything like you're feeling threatened by stuff, feeling leaned on? No, nothing like that.
Because he's going to say yes right there. Do you see why I wouldn't hire her? The threat worked, Andrea. The threat worked.
Any
Jeez.
difficulty understanding what you're doing? No. Any other reason you can't make a reasoned-informed decision? No. Now, the plea agreement itself, is the guilty plea the result of the plea agreement? Yes, it is. He's read it. He understands it. He understands it's non-binding, meaning the judge doesn't have to follow it. Has your attorney or anyone else forced or coerced you in any way to accepting this plea agreement? No. No, it's right here.
See her face? Girl, you're not eating with that statement. You can make that face all you want to. It's not going to say it. The threat worked.
Has your attorney or anyone else forced or coerced you in any way to accepting this plea agreement? No.
I'm going to make it bigger so y'all can see. She's thinking this matters. Look at her face. Ma'am, it's not going to say that. He's not going to say yes right there. The threat worked. The threat worked. Stan, oh my God.
No, it's right here. Any other promises been made to you that have influenced your decision to plead guilty? No.
He's not going to say yes. It worked.
No. Anyone told you what your sentence will be? Yes. Been told 4 fixed life sentences consecutive without the potential for parole, as well as the 10 years consecutive for the burglary. He's not reserving his right to appeal. Understands he's waiving his right to appeal. He has waived his right to appeal his sentence. Concurrent.
And the crazy part is this, you guys. Bill, or what's his freaking name? Bob over there on Defense Diaries, thinks Kohberger is guilty as sin, won't listen to nobody, don't give a damn what anybody tries to say, okay? The kicker out of all of this crazy shit is that her and him fight to the death for Richard Allen every chance they get, but won't listen to anything, Bob anyway, when it comes to Kohberger. Ain't that some crazy shit? Ain't that some crazy shit? That's some crazy shit.
Consecutive, this is just a very, detailed, comprehensive advisement of all of these different things. Can't withdraw your guilty plea, even if you get more restitution than you think you have. You're going to have to submit a DNA sample. Like, this is
they already have
really,
all
really,
of it,
really
apparently.
thorough.
What's he got to do all that for anyway? And also not really, really thorough. Like, this is probably like your basic template. that they have for this kind of thing. Like, she's given this kudos when this is probably written in freaking 1999. Like, come on.
You will lose your right to hold public office, to be on a jury, to carry firearms. You could be found a persistent violator. These are direct and collateral consequences of the guilty plea. Relationship with your attorney. There's a whole section on it. This. Yes, he's had sufficient time. Yes, he had adequate time to fill out the form. Yes, he had adequate access to his attorney's assistance. The attorney can get discovery. Have you had the opportunity to review the discovery provided by your attorney? Yes.
But we also know now that that's actually a lie. Because Cy-Ray and Turvey have both admitted that there was a bunch of discovery that was given to them, that Ann Taylor, we also saw this happen, said that she did not have, well, we didn't see it, there's a transcript about it, said that she wasn't going to have time to be able to go through everything because they dropped all this information on her right before go time, like less than 3 months before go time. So this is technically not true. Because Turvey even said they didn't even get the chance to put a dent in it. So that's not true. Well, actually, let me phrase it this way. The way that he's writing his information in his post-conviction relief is that perhaps at the time he thought that he's seen everything, but that as the year has gone by, he's realized that Ann Taylor withheld information from him, especially exculpatory information, is how his petition is reading. So while maybe this was what he thought at the time, or it could just be because, again, they're not going to freaking say outright, no, she's withholding everything from me and making me do this anyway. That's not how the hell it works. No, she drugged me to death row and scared the shit out of me, and I've had nightmares for a week. It's not going to say that. My God, I can't believe I have to literally talk like I'm talking to a freaking, you know what? My God. Annoying. What is happening? I definitely don't belong here. I don't belong in this reality. These people out here just don't think right. Something is so wrong.
Do you want your attorney to take any further action in the case? No. Do you understand that no one, including your attorney, can force you to plead guilty in this case? Yes. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation? Yes. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you will waive any defenses, both factual and legal, you believe you have in the case? Yes. This,
what's your faces for? It's not going to be in the documents.
Is, of course, facially in conflict with what he is saying now in the petition.
No shit. That's like the point.
Doesn't mean what he's saying in the petition is untrue.
That's the point. Again, the threat worked. They got what they wanted out of him, and now he's done, and it's time to do something else about it. It's not going to be in this. Again, if this is literally how the majority of these lawyers keep thinking, I would never hire any of these. I listened to like 5 or 6 different lawyers today, and they all had the same bullshit. Even Garagos, whatever the frick his name is, the idiot talking for Scott Peterson all the time, even he was like, oh, none of this is going to matter because nothing was said ahead of time. He could have done an Alfred plea. He could have done that. He could have done this. He tried to, apparently, according to Steve Goncalves. Steve likes to boast about things to make himself look good. And there's no way in shit that if he was sober, he would have let that little tidbit out of his mouth. Because that makes Kohberger look like he wanted to keep his stance of being innocent. And that's not how it worked out, because the Kohberger, the Goncalves threw a fit about it, rallied around to stop it. If that's not true, then the Goncalves are going to have to come out and prove it. Now it's on them to prove that that didn't happen, because they're the ones who came out here and said it. Just like now, according to all of this, the burden of proof is now on Kohberger. Okay, cool. Now the burden of proof is on the Goncalves. Come out and prove that that didn't happen. See, Steve slipping up like that is probably why Bryan has a lot more basis than people want to believe. And I know there doesn't say anything in the documents. Why would it? He needs an attorney. He needs someone backing him up that can go in and subpoena things and get information, that can understand the legal jargon, because again, Kohberger's degree was not in law. It's not in law. Could he learn it? Yeah, he definitely could. He's probably been doing that this entire time, and now he's ready to go. But this is severe, especially for the kinds of things that he's claiming, being taken down to death row, scared, shown all these crazy things, told all kind of crazy shit, threats. I want to know what they were. I want him to get on the stand and have to say it under oath. Come on. It needs to happen.
Of course, facially in conflict with what he is saying now in the petition.
That
doesn't mean what he's saying in the petition is untrue. Could be true. But we have to acknowledge it's in conflict with what he said before.
And again, that's the point. That's the whole point. Oh, that's my son. Okay, so we went through the commentary transactions. Okay, so now we are going to watch Steve and Shannon Gray take turns talking with old Steve Martin Jr. over here. And I want you to pay very close attention. Now remember what I said at the very beginning. Hey, Into the Weeds. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. If you guys are into the Gypsy Rose case, this is the channel that has done all of the FOIA work over the past year or so in that case, that posted all of the Gypstein files, I guess is how you call it, and did all the FOIA work over there. So make sure that if you are into that case, or if you're trying to learn about Gypsy Rose, the truth about old gyp shit over there, I would definitely head over to Into the Weeds channel and listen and watch everything. Just make sure that you are ready, because your eyes will burn. Yours might bleed a little. There's some nasty shit these two weirdos said to each other, especially old gyp shit. Oh my God. Be ready. Be ready. Be ready. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those who got those. Now, again, remember what I said earlier when I said, remember what Kristi said about Steve calling her on Monday and saying something about it went through, or he did whatever. And I said, notice how she didn't say this was, hey, I just found out, blah, blah, blah. Because Steve says in this interview that somebody gave them a heads up that this was going to get filed. So listen to what he says.
Nice to see you, as always. I guess I first wanted to ask you just like how you and Kristi are doing, and Olivia, and I know you were at work today. I was just talking to the people I'm with. I'm like,
no, that was today. She was still live as I was getting to makeup hat on to get ready for tonight. It went on for like a hot minute. Actually hours. I was out with the boys doing stuff with them, running errands with them, and was getting notifications and seeing stuff about the transactions on Twitter. And I was like, where the hell is this coming from? Y'all saw my community post about it probably. And that Michael Ruiz guy or whatever posted about it. And I'm like, where the shit are these from? And he just said something about the files and them having other people's names in it. I'm like, where are these from? And then Bad Mom Bree is the one who responded to me and said that Andrea was already live. I knew she was going to go live to talk about the case, but I didn't go check and see what time it was. I honestly didn't think it was going to be as early as it was for some reason. I thought it was going to be later. That's my bad. I'd already planned on waiting a little while and doing a live later so that I could sort of accumulate everything that was going on throughout the day. And I'd already had a bunch of stuff, and I was sort of just going to listen to Andrea's later, but then this stuff came out, and then I realized where the documents came from. But I saw all four in the spiral had them posted after people were starting to talk about Andrea showing them in her live. Yeah, that's basically how it all went. And then as soon as I got home, I started, I think I even shared it in the community tab when I was home now, starting over from the beginning. Some of y'all that were watching probably even saw me say something in the chat, maybe, about so glad you're talking about this. Going back to the beginning, I don't know, but I listened to the majority up until the Alfred thing. I heard what she said about the Amazon stuff, and when she changed her opinion and all that stuff, I gave my opinion about that already. But it was from today. It was from today.
You forget that, like Steve has to work during the day and he finds out these things, like he's got a job like everybody else. You know what I mean? Like you guys are trying to go on with your lives and then something like this happens. Like, how are you guys doing?
Oh, yeah, I learned quite early. I think I probably knew what was going on. At least the author, gave me a heads up, which I really appreciated.
Mike Baker, the one that Melissa Kohberger did the interview with. That was the first time that the family had come out and made a statement on anything since the very beginning, is also the same person who had a phone conversation with Kohberger on Sunday night. Then Kohberger sent him that statement. He gave Steve a heads up. I'm curious as to if the family was aware that Mike Baker was going to do that.
Hey, Steve. It's nice to see you as always. I guess I first wanted to ask you just like how you and Kristi are doing, and Olivia, and I know you were at work today. I was just talking to the people I'm with. I'm like, you forget that like Steve has to work during the day and he finds out these things, like he's got a job like everybody else. You know what I mean? Like you guys are trying to go on with your lives and then something like this happens. Like
everything that we're watching is from today.
Oh, yeah.
Every single thing besides Kristi's interview that we watched at the top of the live is from the last, like, let's just say 18 hours. Everything is from today.
I learned quite early. I think I probably knew what was going on. At least the author, gave me a heads up, which I really appreciated. And that gave me some time to just let the kids know, let the wife know, hey, this is what's happening.
So I don't know if Mike Baker called him this morning. I don't know. I mean, contacted him Monday morning. I don't know if Mike Baker contacted him on Sunday night as soon as he got off the phone with Kohberger. I don't know. They haven't given us that information yet. This is just the first time that we're hearing that Mike Baker gave the Goncalveses a heads up.
Author, gave me a heads up, which I really appreciated. And that gave me some time to just let the kids know, let the wife know, hey, this is what's happening. And, talk to Shannon. Let's figure out, the best approach to how this works. And so, yeah, that's how our day started. And we just, we've kind of learned to just roll with it. And there's only so much you can do. And, hopefully you can lean on the people that you trust and love and, get through it.
When you said you spoke to the author, was that of the book, The Broken Plea book?
No, that was Baker who wrote.
Oh, I see. The New York Times, the reporter. So he gave you a heads up before.
Yeah.
So just showing the contrasted info and finding this really interesting. Really interesting. And I know Mike Baker is probably going to see this because he follows me on Twitter, which I didn't know about until today. I didn't see that until today. So, yeah, I'd like to know, when exactly was that contact made? And is the Kohberger family aware, or were they aware that that was going to happen? Or did you just betray them? Like, did they think that it was safe to talk to him because he wasn't going to go back and forth? I have questions.
He did. And that's what I was saying. I really appreciated that because it's just better to know what you're about to face than to just get blasted with, all the.
No, she's not stating the law. She's saying that threats and back-end conversations are going to be in finalized documents. And that's absolutely ridiculous. No one's going to change my mind. Cry harder.
There's so many ways to communicate with people now. So you're getting instant messages and you're getting Facebook alerts and you're getting media alerts. It just gets overwhelming. So you kind of just get yourself, all right, this is what my day is going to look like and I'm ready to deal with it.
Did you suspect it at all? Because I had heard maybe like 2 weeks ago, I started to hear like, oh, there is this deadline. and he could possibly file something.
You just started finding out about that a few
It
weeks ago?
just gets overwhelming. So you kind of just get yourself, all right, this is what my day is going to look like, and I'm ready to deal with it.
Did you suspect it at all? Because I had heard maybe like 2 weeks ago, I started to hear like, oh, there is this deadline and he could possibly file something. Like, did you hear any of those rumblings? Did you have any like sort of feeling this might be coming?
Yeah, we had heard.
1 second, you guys.
Little rumors about this.
But yeah, like this is my point. And I notice I didn't play the parts where she's talking about the laws. She goes and she talks about timelines, what would be doable, what's outside the framework. Okay, that's fine. I had no issues with any of that. Okay, I already said this. But when you think that back-end conversations are going to be in finalized documents, when you think somebody that was threatened is going to say, yep, I was coerced, and yep, I was threatened, you're dumb. I'm sorry. You're not an attorney I would ever hire. And I would be saying that no matter who the hell said that. And several different people have said that. That logical shit makes no sense. Threats are not going to be in final documents. Things that were talked about in negotiations that actually were not final are not going to be in the paperwork. And again, the threat worked. If you're scared shitless, and the people that you think that you're protecting are sitting in the damn room next, like right there, watching you stand up and talk to the judge, are you going to risk everything? Are you going to risk everything that you just threw away to stand up and go against what you were just trying to do? No, you're not. If that's logical to you, have fun, broski. But no, it's not going to say Bryan Kohberger wanted an Alford plea, and Steve Goncalves, the father of Kaylee Goncalves, one of the 1122 homicide murder victims, threw a fit, and his entire family rallied around it, and we were able to knock that down, and now here's our final agreement. Do you expect it to say that? Because Andrea apparently, for some reason, does. I don't care about the laws that she was citing. I didn't say shit about the laws. I'm talking about common sense. You know, the other thing that died with COVID, you know, that thing. That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yes, and I mean, I'll be honest, they were saying it was going to be a little bit longer, possibly in September, but they told me nothing to really worry about. You know, it's not something that it's preventable. You can't prevent it at all. So, you know, just it's coming down the pipe, and you know, get your family in order.
Did you borrow the hat back from your kid? Because Steve Jr. has been wearing the cross hat here lately.
Are you worried about it at all?
No, well, yeah. At first, I was a little bit worried because there's a lot of angles at which you can attack.
How you doing?
You know, the truth. There's a lot of ways you can go in and say, hey, now that I've seen every bit of evidence, can I poke a little hole through there? Can I find a little place where they didn't?
We haven't seen every little bit of evidence. But see, that's also something that I want to know. Like, does Bryan only know this stuff because the information's coming out to the public and his family's telling him what he's seeing? Or as this stuff is being unsealed, is he being given it? Or since the plea, has Ann Taylor had to let him have literal access to every document? I don't know how that works. So somebody needs to tell me. I don't know.
Didn't have me covered. So I was worried that he would have something really good and juicy in there. And so when he writes like he's in third grade. So when you can finally.
What's the word again, guys? Starts with a D? Dyspraxia? Oh, Steve.
Piecemeal what he's saying, and you know, got to write it out, and like it's like he needs a translator. But once you figure out what he's saying, there was nothing there. I mean, it was really, really a relief to know that he didn't have something that was big, you know, because when you've done the crime, you would know how to find where there's little mistakes, where they've got things wrong, because you were there.
Did he say, luckily, he couldn't find anything big? You don't know what What?
It's like he needs a translator, but once you figure out what he's saying, there was nothing there. I mean, it was really a relief to know that he didn't have something that was big.
I'm sorry. Huh. No, that's some interesting shit. What road? Do you remember? I'm going to take a look. I'm going to write it down.
You know, because when you've done the crime, you would know how to find where there's little mistakes, where they've got things wrong, because you were there. So you could poke at those things. And I was just nervous.
Unless he wasn't there, therefore he can't poke any holes in the things you're trying to say that he can poke holes in, because he wasn't there, so he doesn't know that he can poke holes in it. There, I fixed it for you.
It's about that.
Yeah, I wonder if after a year in prison there, he's in solitary, or I don't know, he might still be, if this is just like a boredom, like, why not? Like, what do I have to lose at this point? The only thing that I was hesitating, thinking maybe he wouldn't do it, was if he cared about his parents in that way. You're putting your whole family through this again. But then I was thinking, his parents have never come out and acknowledged his guilt, really. No. And even the sister who did the interview, said that her heart went out to you and to the victims, but she never said, I can't believe my brother did this.
No, I was a little surprised that he kind of brought them into that paper that he wrote up.
Why would you be surprised if they support him? They brought themselves into it. They believe that he's innocent. He's not bringing his parents into anything. They're voluntarily putting themselves there.
I can't believe my brother did this.
No, I was a little surprised that he kind of brought them into that paper that he wrote up, the post-conviction relief. He wrote that they were witnesses. So that is something that I'll have to dig into a little bit, to figure out, like.
Why would you need to dig into that? They're his parents.
Conviction relief. He wrote that they were witnesses. So that is something that I'll have to.
You mean like witnesses to the threats? Yeah. His parents were talked to, apparently brought in. And I'm sure he told them what the hell was going on. I'm sure they are witnesses to what he's talking about. And they'll probably gladly get on the stand. That's why they're here. Come on.
Paper that he wrote up, the post-conviction relief. He wrote that they were witnesses. So that is something that I'll have to dig into a little bit, to figure out, like, I did ask a little bit, like, is it normal for, mass murderer to have his family surrounded by him when he's getting a plea deal? That seems very odd.
Not if they believe he's innocent. And that belief matches the evidence that's coming out. How is that odd, Steve?
But, and I was told that is odd, but, maybe, so we're going to figure out what was going on there. But, long story short, they're like, it's nothing that can be prevented, and there's not much to be worried about unless he has some type of angle that he's been working on for 3 or 4 years, and that's what he's dropping. And that's mainly what we were concerned with.
You wanted a trial all along.
Yeah, no shit. Now they want to change their minds.
A lot of the things you wanted, it's kind of like people thought you were a little nutty in the moment, and then
been nutty.
We kind of keep seeing these things happen where it's like, even you immediately pushed for a confession. You said, if you're going to give him the plea, at least give us that, where he has to verbally confess. I mean, are you kind of looking back thinking like, I wish they would have done some of these things?
I feel aces. I feel like my legal counsel was right on, told me exactly what to expect and what we could do. We knew that he has like this cult-like following of people. So the only way to, pull a cult out of something like that is with hard facts that they can't compose and twist and turn.
Were you in the room, Steve, when the prosecution stood up and said they couldn't put him in the neighborhood whatsoever? When they said there's no connection between him and the house, or him and the victims, or him and Dylan and Bethany? Were you not in the room, Steve? Were you not there? What?
He has like this cult-like following of people. So the only way to, pull a cult out of something like that is with hard facts that they can't compose.
I'm telling you, they must listen to me. I mean, I know they do. We already know the stories, all right? I know that they do. Because I call their little freaking fan page a cult all the time. And now he's using that word. You're such a liar, Steve. You're such a liar.
Thanks.
Oh my God.
I feel aces. I feel like my legal counsel was right on, told me exactly what to expect and what we could do. We knew that he has like this cult-like following of people. So the only way to, pull a cult out of something like that is with hard facts that they can't compose and twist and turn into something else. So if you would have admitted about the second weapon or something along those where experts could opine on that and say, hey, that fits these details that we...
Experts already did opine, and they've all said there's no way this could happen in the amount of time. The only people trying to actually claim that are Brett Payne and Gilbertson and Talbot, the people who ran the damn house, fake step in the air, running around acting like a bunch of freaking lunatics. They're the only ones trying to say that that's actually how that would work. Everyone else, even the state's own experts for crime scene reconstruction, agreed with the defense crime scene analyst, Turvey, about the situations in that house, about this having to be multiple perpetrator. She agreed with everything and then added a twist of, but he had to have been naked. Somebody was naked. It's the craziest shit ever, man.
Never released, that would have been great. But, Thompson basically said he's the big boy and he had no worries. And I think his official statement was, we don't need it. And he would just probably lie to us if he did. So what that means to me is this will be over, in 6 months. We won't be dealing with this for years. And if we are, then somebody probably should have went back and did his homework and made sure that he got a confession because, he said it wasn't needed. So.
And I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness. My grandmother thought she was one of the 144,000 anointed. I done been in a cult, baby. Y'all crazy as hell.
I'm going to hold him to that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, all the lawyers that I've spoken to today seem to think this is kind of like he gets the right to a hearing. This will kind of be a moment. And then it's kind of a closed case after that.
Yeah, it's part of a process that was probably established in case law.
She's sleepy. She's still on the stool over there. I think, did you just ask about it? If you scroll back a little bit, I picked her up, I think towards the beginning, so you could see her on the screen. She's doing okay. I just wish that she would eat. As soon as I get off this live, which shouldn't be too much longer here, she's going to get her second dose for the day, and hopefully she doesn't act like a toddler about it and get it all over the place. I'm sure she will. But she doesn't scratch or fight. She just runs off and throws a fit. But we'll see what happens. But she's okay.
10 years ago, and now everyone uses that as the script to go through it. So I'm frustrated for Idaho that we've wasted so much money on a guy who was never even a member of our state. We've really been stuck with a huge.
He always says the weirdest shit. Even when the interviews a long time ago about Kaylee, he's like, we really just lost a great citizen of the United States. What? We really lost just a great productive member of society. Why are you marketing your daughter like that? It's the weirdest shit. It's the weirdest shit.
Through it. So I'm frustrated for Idaho that we've wasted so much money on a guy who was never even a member of our state. We've really been stuck with a huge, heavy burden of $8 million, and we get to let this loser go back at us, and it's a bummer. And I really feel for my fellow Idahoans and what we have to go through, but I really appreciate that they've always been there for us, and I'll stick with it. We'll fight as hard as we can, but I think this is just a little process here, and it's not going to turn up. And I'm hoping that we don't go waste a bunch more money on a case that's already been solved.
Did you talk to Bill Thompson, or did they call you? Did they know this was coming?
I got the sense that that call was a collect call, very recent, and no, they didn't know. So that's not word. That's just how it was described.
So that's where this came from. Okay, so somebody said earlier in a comment that Kohberger called Mike Baker. Pretty positive that was like scheduled, right? And you have to call out, you know. And if he used all of his $170 on filing the paperwork and paying the partial fee, then he would have to collect call because he doesn't have any money. Right? So is he trying to say that it was just like a cold call that Mike Baker didn't even know that it was coming? I doubt that. I highly freaking doubt that. Steve, you just say the craziest shit.
Waste a bunch more money on a case that's already been solved.
Did you talk to Bill Thompson, or did they call you? Did they know this was coming?
It's not technically collect. You get a call, and if there's not money on someone's books when they call you, then you have the chance to use the menu on the Securus phone and put in like a credit card information and pay for the time in like 15-minute intervals, basically is how it works. So it's technically collect. It's just Securus collect, if that makes sense.
I got the sense that that call was a collect call, very recent, and no, they didn't know. So that's not word. That's just how it was described to me.
So the prosecution had no clue. I want to know their statements. I want to know. I want to be a fly on the wall for Thompson. Could you imagine? Hushly. Oh my God, bro. To see their faces.
I got the sense that that call was a collect call, very recent, and no, they didn't know. So that's not word. That's just how it was described to me. Individual called. It was like a collect call from prison, picked it up, and bam. Now,
so that's how, okay. So that's how Mike Baker, according to Steve Goncalves, and Mike Baker is going to need to come out, I guess, and clarify this. Let's see if he tweeted anything about it. Let's see. Because what he is basically claiming is that Mike Baker told him that out of nowhere, Kohberger called him. No, he has not said a word. He hasn't said anything. So he's saying right here, Mike Baker is telling him that Kohberger called Mike Baker just out of the blue without Mike Baker knowing it was coming, and then immediately called Steve Goncalves, is how this is sounding.
Oh, this was coming?
I got the sense that that call was a collect call, very recent, and no, they didn't know. So that's not word. That's just how it was described to me. Individual called. It was like a collect call from prison, picked it up, and bam. Now, he said he did have a little backstory with working with the sister, so maybe there's a little bit of trust established there.
See, that right there is why I have the feeling that this wasn't like a shock. I don't know. Hopefully Mike Baker comes out and makes a statement.
But that's how it was described to me. So I would
thank you for the 999 flower child. Yeah, she's doing a lot better. Who would you rather go on a coastal road trip with, Steve or Brian? Nobody. Nobody. I need a vacation alone with nobody, no responsibilities, and nobody talking to me. I don't want to go on a road trip with nobody. Nobody.
think that.
Are you talking about the call with Mike Baker?
Mike Baker, yeah, that's how you describe it.
I will say this, okay? I will say this. With the way that we have seen their behaviors, based on their behaviors, me and Steve would probably kill each other. I think Kohberger would probably be chill. Not be too bad with side roads that take longer. Steve seems like he would be somebody who makes road trips miserable and has to do only what he wants to do and you don't get to have any choices on anything. That's the kind of vibe I get from Steve. If we're talking about like personality wise, I don't really get that from Kohberger. I feel like Steve is, you do what I say. We're only going to go see what we want to see. We're only going to eat where I want to eat. And it's my plan. It's my money. This is what we're doing. That might not be accurate, but that's just the vibe. You know, that's just the vibe I get from Steve.
Call from Kohberger.
Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
he was pretty shocked, and he just told him, "This is what I'm doing. This is my plan." So that's why I'm reading
wish Mike
into it.
would
Like,
come
I wouldn't be surprised
make
if
a
this was
statement.
new to him as well, to Thompson
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, I really wish Mike would clear that up.
That he did have a little backstory with this, with working with the sister, so maybe there's a little bit of trust established there. But that's how it was described to me. So I would think that
Oh, you're talking about the call with Mike Baker.
Mike Baker, yeah,
He
that's
got
how
a
he described
collect
it.
call from Kohberger.
Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
he was pretty shocked, and he just told him, "This is what I'm doing. This is my plan." So that's why I'm reading into it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was new to him as well, to Thompson
Yeah.
as well.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So yeah, it's not like Bill Thompson saw that, but
Yeah, I really wish Mike Baker would make a statement because it'd be really. I'm under the understanding, just from natural flow, that there was some trust built from Melissa speaking to him, and that maybe Melissa got Kohberger to be okay with talking to Baker. But he could have just out of the blue decided to call him because Melissa trusted him, and it could have been a complete shock. That's just not really the way that the article came across. So I hope he writes some sort of response article or something sometime soon, like now. Probably won't.
That's why I'm reading into it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was new to him as well, to Thompson as well.
okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So yeah, it's not like Bill Thompson saw that, but has he called you since? Had they called the families today to sort of be like, "Hey, don't worry," or "This is what we're going to do"?
We did get an email from, I believe, Latau County Court that basically.
How did he just say that?
"Hey, don't worry," or "This is what we're going to do"?
We did get an email from, I believe, Latau County Court.
Did he just say Latau County Court? What did he just say? It'd be Latau County Court, by the way. What?
Be like, "Hey, don't worry," or "This is what we're going to do"?
We did get an email from, I believe, Latau County Court that.
This man talks about community. My community, part of my community, my community, my community, my community. He can't even say the county right. I have an excuse. I'm all the way down here in Texas, broski. Well, what? Your community? You can't even say it right? What?
Basically just said this
God.
this is the process that happens. Nothing to be concerned. We're not saying anything that was dropped in that write-up that concerns us.
If there, I mean, it sounds like there will probably be a hearing regardless. Would you guys go to the hearing, do you think? Or I guess it's still a ways out.
Good question. You know what? Probably
He had to think about the answer?
us.
If there, I mean, it sounds like there will probably be a hearing regardless. Would you guys go to the hearing, do you think? Or I guess it's still a ways out.
Good question. You know what? Probably just for the fact of honoring my community, honoring the process and everything that we've gone to, I'd probably show.
What about fucking honoring your daughter? We lost the plot, Steve. I'm sorry?
Or I guess it's still a ways out.
Good question. You know what? Probably just for the fact of honoring my community, honoring the process and everything that we've gone to, I'd probably show up just to be thankful for everything that's happened. And like I said,
Oh my God. Like I said, he said he was on call that night and he couldn't be within 25 miles of the hospital, and people need to stop thinking that he could just leave. Oh my God. He makes me loony, bro. Like, y'all are probably seeing me way more animated than I've ever been because what in the actual fuck is wrong with you, Steve? Let me honor the community that I can't even pronounce right and forget the fact that my daughter's dead. Just like Kristi wants to cry and act like the Kohberger name just gets stuck in her throat and she just can't say it because she cries and she can't do it. But she goes up to Scott with Crime Talk and says, oh, you cover the Kohberger case. Not you cover my daughter Kaylee's case. That's the first thing that came to your mind was Kohberger. Right after you cried on panel about how you can't say it. And the first thing that Steve wants to honor is the community? Oh my God. You make me freaking sick. You make me sick.
Don't worry, or this is what we're gonna do.
We did get an email from, I believe, Latow County Court that basically just said this is the process that happens. Nothing to be concerned. We're not saying anything that was dropped in that write-up that concerns us.
If there, I mean, it sounds like there will probably be a hearing regardless. Would you guys go to the hearing, do you think? Or I guess it's still a ways out.
Good question. You know what? Probably just for the fact of honoring my community, honoring the process and everything that we've gone to, I'd probably show up just to be thankful for everything that's happened. And like I said, $8 million that should be respected, how hard that the state fights for life. We put our foot down and we've tried to make sure that this doesn't become a new normal here. And
you mean you being able to lie and corruption running rampant? Well, I'd sure freaking hope it doesn't become the new normal. But sadly, it's just been the norm. And we're just now starting to see it in front of our faces. Nothing new about it.
That means I probably need to show up at the court case, regardless if it's a petty thing or not.
How's everything going with the foundation?
Things are going really well. We've got to the point where we've gotten all the paperwork done, the 501(c)(3)s and all that stuff is done. So now we have to really like hone down on finding the right case where we find a family that is got like a prosecutor or an investigator who's willing to reach out and talk to us and say, hey, all right, how do I use this money to find a lab? Here's my lab. Do you guys have a connection? So yeah, we're going through that. It's been very healthy for the girls to have something positive to work towards, to not just say that something good is going to happen out of something bad, but actually be making good happen. So yeah, it's been really good. It's actually been a nice relief. It's probably been more therapeutic than talking on the couch.
Yeah, I've already, I'm going to call them. I'd already planned on calling them in the morning. I'm going to try to get her to eat again after she takes her meds. And I'm just going to put like water on her mouth and make her lick it off until I'm satisfied. She can just hate me. I don't care. Like that was already the plan for when we got off today. Now, again, she did eat a little bit when we got home from the vet yesterday, but not enough to satisfy me. And I even went today and got like a whole bunch of different flavors of stuff. Like at this point, I don't even give a shit what brand it is. I just need her to freaking eat something. And I'm trying to get something that I know that she likes. But I've also tried to give her like salmon and like different things that we normally give her snacks for. And she's not really having it. But I probably am like going to end up having to take her back in. I don't know what else they could possibly do besides give her an IV is probably like what they're going to need to do. Because they didn't find anything in her stomach. So, and they said that like they did a whole, I mean, I showed y'all the like breakdown thingy. And they said that cut out like feline AIDS and cancers and like all kinds of stuff. I don't know. She's sweepies. She's sweepies. I'm going to call them in the morning. See, I did that too. I took fresh chicken breast and baked it with no seasoning on it. Made white rice because they said brown rice is the one that you use when you want to make a food for them, like a normal food, but that you use white rice when you want to give it to them for their stomach. So I tried that and she didn't want it either. Which is crazy because chicken is like the only thing, not the only thing, but chicken, she freaks out for chicken. She loves chicken. I cannot make homemade chicken nuggets, chicken strips, anything with chicken without her trying to be in my plate. So yeah, no, I tried all that. That's why I was actually making, like the other day when I posted I was cooking like homemade food for them. It's because she already like wasn't really eating, wasn't feeling very well. And I thought, okay, well, maybe it's just the food. And I've been wanting to do this anyway. Like I literally already had everything in a Walmart cart, like saved. And I'd been talking to Slade about it like all week. It was already happening like in the next couple of days. But I just went ahead and started doing it then. And the dogs loved it. The cats didn't like it. All three of the cats didn't like it. And it was sweet potato, rice, the chicken breast, the same, like the rice and the chicken breast, the same way that I did it for Zelda before. And then green beans, because they said green beans was the best one for pet food, and carrots. And then I have vegetable drops, vitamin drops that I put in the dog one. And then there's like these, what do they call it? It's like an orange brand. Is it Zesty Paws or Zest Paws or something? I don't know. It's an orange brand that's real popular at Walmart. I've been getting them the like flea and tick, like vitamins, but also like tea and flick stuff. But it's not like pills. It's got like natural stuff in it. The same way like the calming treats have like L-theanine and chamomile and stuff like that in it. Zesty Paws, Honest Paws. I don't know. It's orange. But for like months now, I've been taking those, and because they're like little chews for animals, and they're crumbly, like you can literally just in your hand and crumble them. So for the past couple of months now, on all of their stuff, I've been giving them all of these little things. The cats also get this like UTI yeast infection like preventative drop in their stuff. Plus I was also doing like, y'all don't even understand. Oh my God. See, oh my God, I tried tuna fish, honestly, is the last thing I saw her physically eat and throw up. Tuna fish. She was already not feeling very good. And that's why I was trying to give her different food. So the day before I started doing the food stuff, she ate a little bit that day and didn't really want too much else. And I was like, okay, tuna. So I opened up a can and gave them the tuna, and the other two cats ate it. Zelda ate it fine and ended up throwing up. And that's basically like the last time that she ate food. But she'd thrown up before that. She had just not lost her appetite until she ate the tuna. But the other two cats are fine. They're eating their food. They haven't lost their appetite. They're not losing weight. Like, they're fine. And they all ate out the same can. And it's the same brand. I always buy the Walmart brand, like 4-pack of tuna cans. Anytime I've ever given them as like an extra treat or like mix it into their other food, it's always been the same kind. Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. That's why this is so strange, because I feel like if it's something I was giving them to eat, they would all be acting like this because they eat together. I have like this big like feeding tray and like one here, and one here, and they just eat like in a little, they eat together. They don't fight. They eat in the same feeder. I don't know what the hell. So she was facing me, but now that I'm talking shit about her, she turned around. And now her back's at me because she's mad. She just put her head up. She knows I'm talking about her. She's tired of my shit. She's tired of my shit. Bone broth syringe. See, I'm scared. Because don't think I didn't think about it. I'm scared to syringe her like that. Because I don't want it to like go up her nose. I don't want to make it worse. Because I've already like gone into like try to syringe her meds and she hates it. But I guess I don't really have a choice. She's got as long as she gets something in her, I guess I'm just going to have to. She hears me plotting. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. If I could get her to actually ingest it, yeah. That's the problem. And thank you for the $1.99. Yeah, I did the tuna liquid too. I've put some in a little bowl. She wouldn't even lick it. She smelt it and walked away. Yes, that's what I did. That's what I mean. See, and that's when I knew I had to take her to a vet. Because when we found her, most of you guys know that she was broken. Like she had been hit by a car, her hips were broken, and even the vet could see like where she had healed. And he was actually like really impressed with how she healed up, because I said I wasn't bringing her in. Y'all were just going to tell me to put her down. I wasn't doing that. Okay. I made it very clear. I don't really like vets, which I think is why he went like above and beyond and did some testing and some x-rays without charging me, because he already knew like how like worried and skeptical I was. But those are basically like how I got her to gain weight, is those little churro type things. I figured at least that she would want to eat. No. I grabbed her favorite one, which is the salmon one. She runs and puts her front paws up on my thighs like a dog does to get your attention. Every time I grab those damn sticks. She recognized it. She came to me. She got up where I feed them, and she sat there like she normally does. But as soon as I went to give it to her, she smelled it and walked away. And she's a psycho. She's like literally a crackhead for these things. That's what I knew I had to take her in. Yeah, so I'm going to call them in the morning and just tell them she's still not doing anything. I know y'all told me that it was fine for the day, but I'm not comfortable with it. I've been not comfortable with it whatsoever, literally at all. Okay. I mean, there's really not a lot else to talk about. I don't really want to deal with Kristi on Eaton. Just know that when I was getting ready for this, Nate Eaton with East Idaho News was also doing I think it was a live, but he was showing like pre-recorded stuff inside of the live. And then one of them was an interview with Kristi. Let me see if the thing with sidebars posted yet on YouTube. Let's see. I don't see anything yet. The last sidebar episode that got posted was about the David case where Steve Fisher came on to talk. So it's not posted. It's not posted in here yet. So I'll keep an eye out for it so that we can go over it. I just can't believe that Cyree and Steve talked on there so openly. Let me see if there's anything about it over on Twitter. One more again. Everyone is talking about Dennis Rader's daughter and her DV charges. That's crazy. Okay, I found a piece of it. Okay, it's 4 minutes and 7 seconds. So we're gonna go ahead and watch it. I'm gonna end up taking everything and clipping a bunch of stuff out separately, since we talked about so many different subjects. Why is this doing this? Let me click on this. So I don't know if this is the whole clip or what, but this is 4 minutes, 7 seconds, and we're going to watch it now.
I'm joined by the father of victim Kaylee Goncalves, Steve, who I had on the program last night, and Kaylee's sister, Olivia, who have questions for Cy. It's great to see you both. Thank you both for taking the time. I'm really just going to hand it off to you, Steve. You, I understand, respect Cy for standing by his work, but you say not everybody's doing that. I turn it to you for the question that you might have for Cy.
Yeah, well, Cyree came out and stood by his work, stood by what his professional opinion was. He wasn't paid. There's a lot of people who were paid and then turned that into some kind of for-profit, enterprise. And
Chris Whitcomb was paid in advance by the publishing company. Britt Turvey did an interview for no money. And Chris Whitcomb was not an expert in this case, just so we're clear.
just wanted to respect somebody who stood by their work because I need more of that. I think a lot of courtrooms need more people to stand by what their expert testimony is. And these gag orders are kind of cloaking devices to keep people from actually being responsible for their so-called expert witness testimony. So there's not a lot of opportunities I get to speak to an expert, to somebody who's actually seen the data that is related.
Somebody
to my
just turned on
death.
Olivia's ring light.
I don't take that lightly. And Cyree has daughters as well as I do. And I think his heart's in the right place. And I wanted to reach out and find out, like, these questions that I have that he.
How do you know that he has daughters too? Is that more proof that y'all have been talking in the background?
There's not a lot of opportunities I get to speak to an expert, to somebody who's actually seen the data that is related to my daughter's death. And I don't take that lightly. And Cyree has daughters as well as I do. And I think his heart's in the right place. And I wanted to reach out and find out, like, these questions that I have that even the defense and the prosecutor, nobody wants to help me with. So if he's willing to, like, tell me, hey, how can you have cell tower dumps, the whole tower dump, and then his phone turns on at 4:48? How is that not? How do we not have timing records in there? How do we not have that? That's my main question for him.
Cy?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at with that question. Number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers.
You're claiming it was off for like a long period of time. You cannot play connect the dots if there's almost 2 hours of missing data. That's number one. And that can go for both ways, okay? That can go for both sides of this entire thing. But what Cyree has come out and tried to say is that he has gone even further than what the FBI did in way of how many actual pings were mapped. And that he has his own map that, so say, proves the route that Kohberger took. Produce that map. Why are we looking at a piece of shit damn picture of the PCA? Where is Cyree's map?
I've been very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will.
This is a perfect example. You literally said this was bullshit in your report. Oh my God.
Cy?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at when.
Cyree's a liar.
Number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers. I've been very concerned from the get-go
That part too.
of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map.
He literally said in his report that these things being put into the PCA like this were purposely placed in here to show false information because the FBI didn't want to go back and fix their work that was already proven to be wrong. So they just kept on with the wrong info and let the dominoes just continue to fall. Unbelievable.
Right there, repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong. And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it.
Oh, wait, did he just say this was actually wrong? Okay, I'll take back what I said.
Not have that. That's my main question for him.
Cy?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at with that question. Number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers. I've been very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant.
Did the state get Killer's movements wrong? The state got Bryan Kohberger's movements wrong. So they were following the wrong person. They don't have the Killer's movements to even follow because they chose not to. Again, they have all the footage. They could have gone back and found the car. They removed the white car going from Pullman to Moscow because it was the wrong car. It had fog lights. Kohberger's car does not have fog lights. The FBI report for the vehicle information for all the timestamps that were going to be used at trial excluded anything prior to 3:30 in the morning where the white car was going to miraculously just poof over in the Indian Hills area across the highway from the university neighborhood. They could have gone back in that 7 minutes and found Bryan's car and actually followed it on camera. They had the footage. All they had to do was actually look. I think they did. And it goes the way that he's claiming it goes. And that doesn't work for them. Or else why not just amend your information and submit your proof? Because if it's Kohberger, the car is going to go to Moscow regardless of the direction. So go back and find him leaving Pullman. Go back and find him leaving Pullman that morning that you claim he went back to the freaking neighborhood. Go prove that. Daylight hours and all you've got is some car passing in front of a gas station and you can't see a damn thing about it and it doesn't even look like the car you want us to believe it is. Y'all have got cameras all over that highway in front of all these businesses all over that damn school. You can't show us him leaving? Or can you? And it doesn't prove what you've been telling us and that's why you won't show it. Valid question.
It's wrong. And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound.
Thorny Creek Road. Nothing in any of his reports ever gave a street before. So that's new.
Very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong. And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95.
I will say this. In Slovinsky's report that we went over the other night, he is showing us, and most of you guys will remember this, he's showing us information on the cast, draft, and final slides that was given to him by FBI agent Balance, the same one that did the Lori Vallow case, from what I'm understanding. Within a matter of seconds, Kohberger's phone is pinging on a tower next to his apartment, underneath his apartment, if you're looking at a map. And within like 7 seconds later, it's pinging all the way down south, like down here. 19 seconds later, it's now pinging again underneath his apartment. 20 seconds after that, it's pinging on a cell tower above his apartment. So no, I don't care where it tells you the phone is connecting tower-wise when the phone is turned back on. If your own FBI slides that you were going to have put in for trial is showing us that many miles of a jump in way of showing us the connections. It's literally like 7 seconds. It goes from all the way over here, all the way down here, and then all the way right back up with the way that the network was allowing the phone to connect. Why are you pretending like this matters, Cyree? This is crazy.
Still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west and then kind of back up to.
Was it east or west? Which one was it?
A number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings, and they perfectly align with the road.
No. Because 25 meters, when it's showing by his apartment and 7 seconds later, it's all the way down south like this. You guys were here. That report is also in the shared drive. All court records. January 2025, January 2026 releases. Slovinsky. Slovinsky is the cell phone data analyst that saw the information, was like, what the hell is happening here? And then brought Cyree on. I don't want to hear 25. No, bullshit. Bullshit. I'm gonna go pull it up. I'm gonna let this play.
Way when you measure the distances between them, the speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a three-way intersection and it turns left, and the next one it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt.
Coming back into Pullman, the car coming back into Pullman looks like Kohberger's car. We already know that he had to have gone back into Pullman because he's already admitted he was out that night, just not the direction that they want to say that he was. Again, the car coming back into Pullman doesn't have fog lights, and it totally matters.
Thorny Creek Road, it's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west, and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings, and they perfectly align with the roadway. When you measure the distances between them, the speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a three-way intersection and it turns left, and the next one it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt. I've been saying from day.
Okay. So right here is information from Nexus Lexus that came from the tower reports, the information that was coming in for the AT&T CDRs. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Is it big enough? Okay. This is 11/13/2022 at 2:47 in the morning. And it shows the ping right here. Okay. 2:47 and 47 seconds. Okay, so this was at 29 seconds. Now here we're at 47 seconds. Now you see it's up here. All right. Now we're at 48 and 18 seconds, and it's now moved below again. It's connecting to these different sites, these different sectors. Again, above, literally seconds later, maybe less than a minute. Okay. Then you see it goes below again a few seconds later. Now look at this. At 2:50 and 19 seconds, it shows his tower ping all the way down here. This up here is where all of the other pings were. Up here where his apartment was. Notice that this coverage area right here isn't even right here. Okay? Look how quickly it shifted. See how this comes all the way down here? But then this cuts off down here. Look where this tower is. This is the tower his phone was connecting to at 2:50 and 7 seconds. This is where his phone was connecting 12 seconds later at 2:50 and 19 seconds. So I don't want to hear within 25 meters, Syray. That is not what you've also already said about how this shit works. And when those pings are showing just how distant they can go, where the tower location actually is, you can't say that because that tower is not within 25 meters of Kohberger's residence. I mean, that's how I'm understanding it. And I'm not an expert. I don't know shit about none of this crap. I've learned everything from this case. But that's how I'm understanding it. That's not 25 meters. So I don't know how you can say that. I don't understand.
Disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then
Oh yeah, what did he call it? I'm trying to look it up on the map and then I got sidetracked.
Example, that was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong. And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then
So it's not Thorny Creek. It shows Thorn Creek. right here. So the way that the PCA looks has it further down to where it's more like this through Genesee and then this way, all like this. He's claiming it's not here. Is that what he said? It's not Thorn Creek Road?
And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there still.
Okay, so it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there.
On 95, it's still southbound.
Still on 95. Okay, so then it does. See, okay, so then he's even more confusing. Okay, so is he saying that Thorn Creek Road is what the PCA shows? I honestly can't remember because every freaking version of it that we've seen is so disgusting. Like this, you can't make shit out in the damn thing. Like right off the bat, it's already freaking horrible. So what Cyray is trying to claim is that when Brian's phone comes back on and it's on the network, that he is not here the way that I guess law enforcement is claiming that he is, that he's further south still on 95 when it connects. Okay, this is the issue I have with this statement. In his damn interview with Custody Queens, and Ron with Custody Queens said this on him and their breakdown of everything that happened in that interview over on Andrew Myers' channel, that when he mapped the location stuff, everything was more north than what law enforcement said. Isn't that what he said? That everything was more north? That he didn't drive on 270? That he actually drove a north road over 270, a more northern road over 270, that eventually met up with 95 and dropped you into Indian Hills, is what he said. Then he said, and go back and listen, because this is what the damn asshole said. Then he said that law enforcement was too far south when it came to where Kohberger would have gone after the fact. And he was apparently able to map a location that was more north than what the police said, to a T in the road that goes this way and a body of water where he apparently stopped for a while. And he even has a location where he thinks the weapons were put. He said north. Why is he now saying that what he mapped is more south? He's not even telling the same story. Cyray, you crackhead. You've officially, you've been there, but I'm officially labeling you king of the crackheads at this moment in time. What? The interview was less than a week, like 2 weeks ago. We are still going over all the damn information that you said, begging for a freaking map of the truth. And now you're coming out here with a different story. Completely opposite directions than what you said on the Custody Queens. If the Custody Queens and Ron do not come out after this damn interview and show us the points that Cyray showed them, I'm going to be highly upset. And I know that doesn't matter. I'm just me and no one gives a shit. But everybody should be highly upset at this point because he is telling the opposite information that he did on their show. They need to come out and produce what Cyray showed them on that map. That's the only right thing to do at this point.
It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings, and they perfectly align.
Google is your best friend, is all I'm going to tell you.
The speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a three-way intersection, and it turns left, and the next one it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt. I've been saying from day one, they need to map all the data. They need to go get the data. They need to map the data. And I reserve the right to change my opinion until all of that data is put forth, because I think it tells a story. And I don't know how an expert prompts both the investigative side and the defense side of, hey, these are bottom line basic steps that need to be taken. If that was done, what would be found is the very next day, he mirrors that exact same route. He starts off in Pullman. He comes into Moscow. He drives down 95. He pulls onto the dirt road. He's in the exact same area that he drove the night before after immediately committing these crimes.
Prove it.
And after he goes to that area, he
Give me the
drives
map.
straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why would somebody be driving to the Snake River on that path? It's concerning to me because we also see some activity that is.
So you're telling me that while he's at the Snake River, his phone is on then? Because the PCA says that sometime between like 5 and 8 that afternoon, his phone goes off network, if I'm remembering correctly, even though that's an irrelevant piece of shit. That's how I'm remembering that. So if he was at Snake River between 8:30 and 9, you're telling me that he made sure that was traceable? He made sure all of this was traceable, including a repetitive pattern? I need you to show me the proof of this, because no one has been able to produce any footage of him in his vehicle that proves that it's him in his vehicle, except for sort of, not really, Costco and Albertsons. I mean, we know it's him. But all this daylight footage you apparently have of him doing all these things, where's the footage that shows him in the vehicle? Where's the footage that proves that that's even the car? You're telling me that he went around from Pullman to Moscow and all the way back around in this like 2-hour freaking trek, and he's nowhere on a daylight camera anywhere? Miss me with the bullshit, bro. Miss me with the bullshit, bro. Is it more north than the cops, or is it more south than the cops? Do you even know what the hell you're talking about? I mean, at this point, I don't even know what to do. Exactly.
After immediately committing these crimes. And after he goes to that area, he drives straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why would somebody be driving to the Snake River on that path? It's concerning to me because we also see some activity that is indicative, in my opinion, of him looking at his navigation, specifically using his phone to get into a perfect area. The other thing is pattern of life. We got 6 months worth of records on Mr. Kohberger. It's very easy.
6 months worth of records where you stated there was no stalking behavior and that you can't put him actually in the neighborhood. Not once. Let's see if he mentions that.
For us to see what his normal pattern looks like. This is a complete deviation from that normal pattern, and it stands out. It tells a story.
I am joined.
Did he say that was a complete deviation? Bullshit. He literally never mentioned anything about a pattern of behavior change at all on the Custody Queen's interview. Oh my God. Dude became such a loser. He can't even keep his story. Does your map show that Kohberger went north of 270? Does your map show that Kohberger went more north on the way back than the cops thought? Because you just said it was technically more south because you gave the name of a road saying it wasn't that, meaning that's what the cops said and the cops are wrong. I mean, we literally just listened to this. You guys realize that collectively, we probably spent 20 hours reviewing that interview. For every hour and 45 minutes of that interview, we were live for 6. The interview itself is 3 hours. Reviewing, listening in the background, trying to make sure you heard shit right, going back in and taking notes. 20 plus hours reviewing this interview. Is it north or is it south? Because you told everybody it was north, and now you're on News Nation with Johnny Bravo and Mr. Alpha, and I don't know what the hell. She didn't say a fucking word. She just, what the hell is Olivia doing? She's just sitting there staring at the camera. That can't be the whole thing. I'm assuming the rest of it will probably be on YouTube tomorrow, because leaving it like that is, and not showing a clip of Olivia speaking, is awkward as shit. That is awkward as shit. Unbelievable. Yeah, no, somebody, because I'm tired, somebody tonight needs to go in and go and clip his ass talking about all the north directions. As a matter of fact, F all that. You know what? F all of that. I'm just going to go pull it up I'm gonna go pull it up right now. This dumb shit, bro. This dumb shit. Unbelievable. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. And let me do the transcript thing, and then I'll change the screen out. Control F. Does he say north a bunch of times? Oh, yeah, here we go. So let's see the places where he mentions the north part. And then I'll play where, again, because we've already gone over this. And then I'll play the part where Ron mentions what he showed them specifically. He did. He did. And now that he's on mainstream, he's saying south. That what he saw was more south. So he's getting his own information like screwed up. He doesn't even know what the hell he's talking about. Okay, right here. Right here is where he's talking about how Kohberger went to Moscow, which is not the same thing we're talking about right now. This is where he's talking about Kohberger going to Moscow and going more north.
Requires some explanation. The bigger thing is there is a very specific route that is north of Highway 270.
And I'm going to go pull up Andrew
That
Myers again.
goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road. There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant. They're very, very comfortable, and I've stated this time and time again.
See, so he's saying here that Kohberger traveling on a road north of 270 is normal behavior. What he just said on mainstream media is that what you saw him doing that night when you track his motions and his movements was a deviation from his normal pattern. Okay.
There is some consistency to that we can't just ignore. He's very familiar with accessing that area late at night or previous to the time frame that we're looking at this crime being committed. And it's very unusual activity. I've seen a lot of phone records. It's hard to explain why we see this on a consistent basis.
What is consistent? Because he didn't want to travel on the highway. People like back roads. Who cares? On top of that, he liked to hike. And the majority of where he was going were these hiking places up where? Northeast, north. Oh my God, I can't even talk. Northeast of Moscow. Literally exactly where he claims this road that Kohberger is taking would lead you to. Look up on the map. Look it up on the map.
Quick, sorry, what is consistent? Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month, once every 5 weeks? What is that?
I think I outlined some of this in my report, so I feel pretty comfortable, stating Bryan Kohberger driving around in the middle of the night is very common. So number one, just the behavior.
See right there, behavior is common. Okay, I'm going to go down everywhere where he says north so that we don't miss any of them. And I'm also going to pull up Andrew Myers where Ron talks about the map in a second. So when you see me skipping around, it's because I'm trying to hit everywhere on the transcript, which is why I'm showing you the transcript on the side.
Well, I know we talked before. When we talked before, you have some thoughts about the route that Bryan Kohberger took that night, right? That he took a more northerly around Moscow, correct? Did you determine that?
Well, I put a couple things in my report. So let's start with what I've made very, very clear at this point. I do not believe Bryan Kohberger ever traveled on or along Highway 270 that night. I think there is significant physical evidence that shows a vehicle even similar to Bryan Kohberger's vehicle.
I don't really care. I don't really care about the beginning part. I want to hear. Okay, so then it's going to be over here. Hold on a second. So this is where Ron says it. So maybe Ron has it wrong. And Ron didn't understand what was being said to him or what was being shown. Because Ron says it. Hold on a second. I want to get to the very beginning of where he talks about it because we went over this the other day.
Off network or turned off as well. That was a
There's a lot of issues with that, and you all misstatement PCA, slip, but it just
he told us when we talked to him before, and this we didn't really go into it in as much detail yesterday, but he actually kind of traced. He believes that when Kohberger left his apartment, he went north a little bit and through some back roads, private roads that did not have cameras on them, which is why there's not a lot of video evidence of where he actually went, and that he went up around Moscow and then came down on the east side. But you don't have the data because he turned his phone off, but that's where he believed he went. He actually did kind of trace that through with us. And then afterwards, what he alleges is his phone turned on someplace down south, but he believes he took a westerly route that isn't as far south as what the law enforcement says he did.
That is not as far south. So either Ron got it wrong, or Cyray is out here either not being honest, or he doesn't even know his own freaking information. This is another reason why they should have shown the map when they were discussing it so that we could see what they were talking about, or they shouldn't have talked about it at all, because now we have a discrepancy. Either Ron did not remember correctly and the other two didn't remember either and didn't correct him, or Cyray is lying, or Cyray doesn't even know his own freaking information. Which one is it? I don't know. Which one is it? I don't know. But listen to what he says.
Afterwards, what he alleges is his phone turned on someplace down south, but he believes he took a westerly route that isn't as far south as what the law enforcement says he did.
Which would be more north. Cyray just mentioned a road and said where he mapped Kohberger was further south. So which one is it? So then which one is it? Crazy. I mean, guys, I don't know. All I can do is show you the facts and show you the shit that people are saying and read to you the official documentation and try to figure out what the hell is happening. These are not my words. These are not my facts. These are my opinions. But the story's not mine. I'm just reacting to what the hell is happening here. Because what is happening here? Oh my God. My God. All right, you guys. Try baby food. Yeah, see, well, that's what I did with the chicken. I baked it with no salt, no pepper, no butter, like no nothing. I just let it, it was frozen so that it would stay sort of moist. And I just put it in there and baked the damn thing until it was cooked with nothing on it. And she just didn't even want it. And thank you for the $4.99 and the $1.99. Welcome back, Aries. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You guys have been in here for hours now. We are now at 4.5 hours. I told you it was going to be a long night. There was a lot to go over. A lot to go over. I just can't believe Cyray can't even get his story straight. I mean, did he literally forget he just did that interview? Just did that interview. No wonder he said he was only going to do one and be done. He probably knew that he wasn't going to be able to remember his own information in order to make sure that he didn't tell two different stories. Well, too late. Too late. My God. See, that's what happens when you lie. The truth stays the same. Only a lie changes. I mean, what else am I supposed to think? You're not showing your map. You're out here with a trust me bro attitude, making no sense whatsoever, honestly. You're sitting here contradicting your own self, talking about all the issues with the identification, but also Your entire narrative about why you are so dumb to this case and why you came into this thinking Kohberger was so guilty is because you were stupid and you believed the probable cause and the narrative around the 11/29 date that doesn't exist. We know for a fact from people that worked in those police departments that on 11/29, the information that they saw the car that matched the description and that they looked up people who had a car like that registered to the WSU system was not sent in as a tip. It was not sent in as a tip. They did not have Bryan's name after 11/29, and that is what Cyray, according to his not one and only last ever interview, said was his reasoning for saying that Bryan was on reports prior to 12/19. No, he wasn't. No, he was not. We also have instant messages that were just released from Connor's channel because he FOIA'd them. And it shows that even on 12/19, after Payne was, aware that there was a situation, he was getting back information on a Hyundai Elantra that wasn't coming back as anybody related to Bryan Christopher Kohberger, literally at all. The initials didn't even match anything we've ever seen before at all. And that was the same day of everything apparently happening on 12/19. We have testimony from people on the stand saying that no, out of the over 3,000 tips or so that they had at the time, if not more than that, there was nothing in the whole database that had anything to do with Kohberger. Not a thing. There was no report. 11/29 was never turned in. Everything about this case is completely reverse engineered. And that's not made up either. That's real. Everything about this case is completely reversed engineered, even and especially when it comes to the vehicle. The 1112 car has never been identified. The 1112 King Road car has never to this day been identified. When they are trying to say that the 1112 King Road car is a Hyundai Elantra, they are basing that per email correspondence between the experts that were released in the court. Not only was the FBI expert not comfortable with the year model of Kohberger's car being the one that they went with, but the car that's in 1112, they want you to think that it matches the car on 1125 Ridge Road. The 1125 Ridge Road car, they're pretty confident is the Hyundai Elantra in the year range that they think it is. So because the 1112 car looks pretty similar to the 1125 Ridge Road car, they're just assuming, based off of math from timestamps and what they want it to be, that the 1112 King Road car is the same car on 1125 Ridge Road. But the email correspondence and all of the reports say the car on 1112 itself has not been identified. They're using another camera footage to say that that's that car. And I don't know how the hell they're getting away with that. That's a fact of this case. That's a fact of this case. The same way it's a fact of this case that they've said shit like, we had no cameras over here to the left that saw anything. Now, when we look to the right, there wasn't any cameras over there that saw anything either. So even though there wasn't anything to the left and there wasn't anything to the right, we're just going to go ahead and say that it had to be left. That's what they said. That was also pretty much repeated during the sentencing. It's all just bullshit. It's all just bullshit. I don't understand how this is like this. This is the most ridiculous shit that has probably ever happened in the existence of humanity. I think it's pretty much there at this point. Talk about a case study. A case study in law, a case study in humans, a case study in everything. My God. A case study everywhere. Crazy as hell. Oh my God. Okay. I don't think I'm logged into Netflix on my phone. I'm curious as to if it's already showing. Does anybody know? Because it's already 2. I'm not sure if I'm logged in, but I'm going to see here in just a second. Oh, I am. I don't want the app. Thank you very much. I never look at this on my phone. I don't know what I'm doing. Where's my search button? It's not showing up under documentaries, crime documentaries. There's search right there. Idaho. Oh. No, mine still says coming Wednesday. It is Wednesday. So it's probably going to be a few more hours. It's not showing up for me. Yeah, 3 a.m.-ish is about when I think the Sundance AMC one showed up. But just be ready, guys. And you know what? It's good, too, that we're going to end up being live all day tomorrow going over the Netflix thing because I'll have my laptop open off to the side to be checking for stuff throughout the day because anything could pop off at this point with this happening. We could get a decision about it moving forward. Somebody could be assigned. We don't know what could end up happening. They might want to go through this kind of quickly. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up going on. I'll probably put a community post out in the morning just to give you guys an idea of when we're going to be starting before I actually post the live to give you guys a heads up. But just again, the way that we're doing this is I cannot show it on the screen. That's just how it is. We're going to stay live the entire time that it takes us to watch all 4 episodes. And once an episode ends, I'm going to have a little like intermission 5-minute thing. Basically like what I use for the intro is just going to be, this is actually an intermission now at this point type situation. And just 5 minutes in between. I don't want to separate like we did last time because too many hours. I had too many things that I just let keep just going and going and going. And I didn't want to do it that way. It just ended up that way. So as long as everything is good, unless I absolutely have to shut everything down, then that's what we're going to end up doing tomorrow. Now, if I have to take her back in, then obviously we're going to have to put it on hold. But now that I'm going to get off of here, I'm going to go try to give her medicine and see what she does. And I'm going to call them in the morning anyway. But so far, as of right now, that is the plan. But we know usually my plans never actually work. But we shall see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here, you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Or later today because it's already 2 o'clock in the morning here. Thank you again for coming in here with me and watching all this crazy shit. I very much appreciate it. I will see you guys soon. Try to get some sleep. See y'all.